Ah, it's a dark summer night here in the world of whatever fictional world you think is in your head. The village is quiet, the people are heading in, stores are closing, doors gently creaking closed. Lights begin to turn on, hearts do their thing, windows begin to glow. And there, just at the end of the street, beyond all other buildings, near the entrance of town, we spot a lonely little tavern. Small, wooden, and yet just as any simple building. A door that seems welcoming more than the rest. And once it opens, you hear that door. No kidding. Imagine that's how it sounds like. Dumb. Don't mind me. I'm also just getting my shit together because I totally forgot where all my shit is. Also, I may have lost my glasses for like a moment before I found them. Oh, I took a turn. Ooh. Also, it's because I'm trying to kind of warm up my voice a little bit. For some reason today, my voice decided, um, I'm gonna make you nervous, buddy. I'm gonna make you think you might be sick. So there is a chance I might be fighting a slight cold, but that's okay. I don't know if it's just because, uh, I don't know. Sometime between yesterday and today, my immune system, I guess, kind of tanked for a little bit, and it's just the weather decided, not the weather. My body was just like, you're gonna be fighting for a little bit, but it's all right. It's all right. I'm mostly okay. I've I didn't really do too much today, so I'm kind of rested up a little bit. But my throat is kind of there, right? Which sucks. I didn't want to cancel stream because I forgot what's happening next week. Now, I think the saddest part of today is that my entire Thursday party. Let me also lower down the music. My entire Thursday party was actually free today, but life, just like D&D, decided, bro, we're gonna hold our work is gonna hold our DM back longer than expected, and totally have no energy to run our game. It was supposed to be our final session for our Kids on Brooms adventure, which has been going on for about like 2 years now. I say 2 years. I say 2 years, but it was a lot closer to like a few months IRL, like between like in game time, right? Because we didn't have too many sessions, and life had just decided to screw us over. Like there are 12 months in a year, and within that year, we probably had less than the amount of months, which sucks because that basically turned our game into like a monthly game, even though we're supposed to be weekly. Various things get in the way. One of our uh, a friend who's not in our state, he had to move out due to work, tends to fly around the country due to like he works as like a bit of a field tech. So I say field tech, but it's like half tech, half medical because he's had to do this thing where you have they're basically waiting on someone to be like, okay, time of death, and then we need you to get this organ over to that like now. And so he does not get rest. So being able to play with him is like it gets hard, right? But I think what I really like about our group is that we try. It's not easy, and our group has been together since for like I mean, me and another, like, three of us have been there for like almost 7 years now. Oh shit. No, eight maybe. And because I think we started around 2018, 2019, right? But it's been a while. It's kind of fun, kind of just trying to remember how the group kind of met, and the amount of work that we've just been trying to make this group work. Because the truth is, were it any other group, like ones that are either just way too early in the make and likely would have been asking people to step down from the game, just generally switching out characters and like not characters, players. And we did that in the beginning. There were players that had to step down because their schedule just wasn't going to make it. Players had to step down because they just could not commit the time because they were either cutting it too close, and we were all meeting up IRL, and an hour late when we only have about 3 hours to play at most is gonna cost us, right? So we try to go in earlier so that we have the time to just catch up with each other, get all the jitters out, and I do the same thing with my Monday group, right? Like we have a 3 hour from like 9 p.m. to midnight EST, but we usually try to meet around 8:30 just to get all those jitters out. Because by the time session actually starts, someone is gonna give the recap. Usually it ends up being me because I mean, it's mainly because I'm the GM, so I'm gonna have the most information. That, however, that doesn't mean that people who aren't the GM, shouldn't take up that responsibility. I went into this hobby knowing already the the basic do's and don'ts of what not to do at a table because I genuinely just didn't want to get kicked out. I wanted to be in the hobby, and I knew it was going to be work. Like you'll find videos online of like, oh, GM tips, how to be a better GM, how to be a better player, how to be your dungeon master's favorite player, or how to get your party to love you uh because of insecurity. No, mainly it's just I wanted to see, there's just generations of people since like the 1970s, where even earlier too, because it's not exactly the first TRPG, or at least the first war game. It was based off of some like things came out before, but even since then there have just been, again, generations and a plethora of people that are just complete red flags for their tables, and I did not want to be one of them. Oh, I thought music wasn't playing. That's so funny. That music got me into a weird mood. It's like a white noise that completely put my thoughts into into a train of thought. Oh my god! But it did put me in a trance. But yeah, no, it's kind of getting into this hobby. I didn't want to be those red flag players. I didn't want to be a murder hobo. I didn't want to be uh the spotlight hog. I didn't want to be the guy who was just late all the time to a game. I didn't want to be the person who's just so easily distracted and isn't you get caught. It's like it's your turn either to speak, not even like your turn to speak, or it's your turn to actually take part in combat, and you haven't been paying attention. Or I didn't want to be the one who slows down combat because I don't know my own character sheet, right? Like I don't know my own spells, I don't know my own HP, I don't know where I am in the map. if we have one. And I especially didn't want to be the one who like didn't know how to be considerate towards other players in terms of just general etiquette, right? Like what things are, green light to talk about, what things you just should just avoid either talking about or subjects that are just not fun. For a game that lets you try like not even almost anything, you basically can try anything. It's gonna be many things are gonna be met with a no, and at the same time, they're not gonna be totally shut down if your GM has also put in a level of work to press forward rather than just halting everything. And that's something I've always tried to strive for as a player and as a GM. Right? I didn't want to, all red flags aside, I wanted to have an experience with the hobby and the game that I just cannot find anywhere else. And mind you, even going into this hobby, knowing all those things, watching various GM tips, player tips before going in, because I just didn't want to make a fool out of myself, right? Like that's normal to be scared when you're one going into this hobby because it's intimidating. There's so many and there's a lot of really good players. But for me, I had never really role played. At least not in a way that I could consider myself as a role player. And it's funny because I take a sip. I've said this before in various streams. From like 13 years old, my mom basically convinced me to join what my brothers were doing at the time, who were also convinced to join into this, uh, to this, performance group. We were a cultural performance group. It's Filipino American performances. We had to sing. Thank goodness, not as much as we had to dance. Actually, just in front of various crowds. It was usually like libraries, um, many public events, right? And it was to the point where it started out as libraries, and then we just kept getting invited to bigger and bigger events. To just a local library somewhere between like a 15-minute drive from everyone's houses after we would practice on like a Friday night until 2 a.m. because it was a school night and we didn't really know each other at first and we really could only take those 4 hours to midnight, like from like 8 p.m. to midnight, to just practice, maybe learn some new steps, even talk to each other as like early teens who are now my lifelong child, like my lifelong friends. Mind you, and then tangent was I say lifelong friends, even though we don't get a lot of chances to hang out anymore. But you put us back into a room and shit just comes back. Like that's how close we've gotten. But in that sense, where we just went into like a small public library near one of our neighborhoods to a bigger auditorium in a cultural festival at the local college to a bigger cultural festival in one of the that was being held in one of the city buildings where we'd have to go like driving from like 15 minutes then to maybe within the hour and then more than an hour just especially just to find parking, which where we're skipping school days, mind you, just to go to like where we were just hired to perform. And it was a non-profit. It's not like we were paid. Also, we were like teenagers. We we got paid in exposure. No, we got paid in essentially one, getting to know each other, and two, the bullshit we got into with each other. And while I don't necessarily remember all those times, goddamn, uh, but that wasn't even like the end of it. I think the biggest event that we went to was, so every year there is the Filipino parade in, like, in New York City and like in Manhattan. Oh no, I doxed myself. Oh, no, kidding. I had to walk in that parade. I had to, like, we did not know that we were like, wait, what do you mean we're gonna be in the parade? Like, what are we gonna be doing as we're walking? Like, there's no floats. There's only like a handful of us as the actual performers. I think there were at least six of us within like the partners, right? Because we were paired up like boy girl kind of a thing. But in total, I think there were maybe somewhere between 10 to 20. Not even not 20, but like something maybe like 10 to 15 of us. And I don't fully remember what happened in that parade, aside from us walking literally down the streets dressed up. Thank goodness we didn't actually have to light the candles, because for anyone, like, I mean, I don't expect anyone here to actually be like Filipino or anything, but for anyone who is Filipino, if you know the dance Pandango sa Ilaw, it's it's a dance that involves having to balance lit candles. It was fun. It was a lot of fun, and it was busy, and it was hot, but it was nerve wracking. I have stage fright, and I had to lock the fuck in to perform a bunch of these. And mind you, we performed the shit out of them because our group, scared out of our minds, were even more afraid of making fools of ourselves after practicing for hours on end. And walking down the street, one of the parts of our choreography is that me and my brothers have to balance candles on our forehead while knowing where we're looking, so that we don't crash into each other, we don't crash into our partners, and it's just like a lit candle on our forehead, right? It's curved a little bit, so it's enough to at least give you a good enough bounce. But it took us a while to learn actually how to like balance on it and also dance with it. It's not a hard dance, but it was like you had to be able to imagine where your feet were and where everyone else was, and then immediately find your way back into position so that you could complete the dance. And we knew at least maybe 3 to 4 dances at a time. I don't remember some of the dances. I remember there's Dinikling, where that involves the long bamboo sticks, which is not a hard dance, but it's more about on the beat and the history around it. It's a fun dance, honestly. But the one I had to dance on stage, fuck that dance to this day. I'm sorry. Involved wearing coconuts, shirtless, coconuts on your hips, coconuts on your shoulders, coconuts on your elbows, on your knees, coconuts on the back, your shoulder blades, and also coconuts on your boobies. And I'm like, what do you mean this is a dance that is supposed to represent warriors? What? Do you, excuse me, we're wearing coconut bras. It's not exactly the most intimidating nor the toughest looking representation of a warrior. But all right, my dumbass, scared to this day. One, like, I'm embarrassed of that performance because I think we could have done better. I'm embarrassed. One, I'm embarrassed of the dance in general because I don't like that dance. And two, my dumbass decided, oh, here, we when they were teaching us the choreography for it, It's there was this part where two of us, no, we'd all have to take turns rotating to get into position to kind of give a high, like a high, a little bit. Well, it was high for us because we're all short. But like get into a position, it's mainly to like give us like a small obstacle to jump over for each other. And sometimes we would have this thing where we'd go a little bit higher just to tease each other. But when they told us to do that, they're like, okay, just come up with a small little fun trick. Come up with a small little dance trick. You know, you can do that. Do that for each other. And that's part of the choreography. And if it looks nice, it'll be fun, entertaining. Do that. And we've had to do that dance multiple times. One at the college. Thank God that the stage is lit enough to let you not see the faces of the crowd. And that made it so much more relaxing for me, which is so funny to me that that somehow fits the topic of last week of, and that's something that I'll continue tonight, where music, please, I cannot have you being this a little bit creepy. Hold on. Where the spotlight can get so bright at a table that, and this is what tends to lead to spotlight hogs. You get so into the role and to the scene as a player, as an actor, improv, and even sometimes as an audience, people like watching, that you don't see the faces around you. Like you don't see that you're taking up too much time. You don't see that you're um, already getting so off turn or so out of time that you ate up everyone else's time just to feel like you could tell the rest of your story in your scene, right? But I'll get into that in a little while. Back to the story. Back to me while I'm here in the spotlight of my coconut bra. We each had to come up with our own little trick. And I thought, okay, here's mine. I'm going to do my best to do a sideways, like to jump over this, because I'm the shortest one here, to jump over this in a sideways manner that I'd have to do a quick spin, right? Like it was essentially like a corkscrew spin. I don't even know. I don't even know. And trying to do a little flair along with it, right? So in my brain, oh yeah, it's gonna look cool. And then seeing it in the mirror, fuck you guys, why didn't you tell me this was so uncool? But that's not what scared me. No, what scared me is that stage at the parade is about 15. It's about like, yeah, it's about 15 feet off the ground. To hit, like, it's not too far if you're sitting down and then you kind of like just jump off. It's not hard. But 15 feet is 15 feet. And it's still a pretty high ass stage. And you're still seeing the entire mass of people who are there watching you and playing it off a goddamn stereo to a street of New York. Holy hell. Uh, that did not do well for my for my anxiety and for my stage fright. But again, um, we were even more afraid of everything going wrong. And two, especially for me, because my brothers and my friend, there were four of us, they did simpler tricks. They did things that you can do easy landings and also make it silly, make it fun, have it a thing. We're warriors. And my ass decides I'm gonna do a sideways flip or a sideways spin, whatever the frick. Doesn't matter. Because landing that shit didn't realize until up in that moment where it's like, I have to land this on the spot. If I trip on the landing, I'm falling off that stage. It was a high stage. It wasn't a big stage. Or at least it wasn't it was a wide stage, but not towards the crowd. There wasn't a lot of room. You just, oh, and the part of the dance was a lot of forward motion. Thankfully, spoiler alert, I lived. Sadly, the bad news is the group had fallen apart because there was a falling out within the group. That is a different lore that I will not be sharing because that involved the adults and a lot of bullshit. But even though it happened and there was some infighting, my friends and I decided, okay, the adults are doing the adult things, but we're now getting to like 15, 16, and some of us can drive now, closer to like 18. So we're pretty good, right? Like if they separate, we're good. And he's like, yeah, okay, bet. The good news is we don't gotta wear those dresses. Well, I didn't have to wear those dresses, but I don't have to wear those coconuts anymore. They didn't. My friends didn't have to wear those dresses anymore. They're very pretty, but they're also easily ripped. That shit costs money. So, but yeah, uh, uh, thankfully, I lived. But reeling this back, doing all of that felt far more comfortable to me, you know, performing in front of a crowd than it did as just some random dude going into a looking for group Discord and being like, "Does anyone want to play TNT? I'm a new player. This is my schedule. Here's the days I'm free for the week. Here are the hours I can do. I can travel from work, but I have no experience. I have no books. I can try. If you're willing to share with me resources, I will try to put an effort. But if you don't, I totally understand." Why am I trying to say this as if I'm doing it to the music? I like it though. Fuck it. It was actually a lot more like, God, I really shouldn't put in my information. I could probably die. These people are strangers. I don't know if they'll take me. Oh God, putting my information. That's crazy. I'll apply next time. I'll apply next time. I'm not ready to have my information out there. 3 weeks later, I do it anyway. 3 months. 3 months later, I finally get 3 invites at the same time. I'll give you a piece of bread. A piece of bread, please, please, a slice of bread. Maybe I'll even take the crust. And if you don't have any crust, I'll take the crumb, please. And in a bout of selfishness, please do me the honor of throwing said crumb into a vat of oil real quick, so that it may be the tiniest crouton to fall upon my tongue, that I will juggle like a cherry from JoJo. Little. No, but yeah, that emote. But yeah, doing performances like that on crowds does not feel as intimate as meeting strangers online. Mind you, by the time I had joined in, it was 2019. It it's like I'm 34 now. I joined pretty late. Not later in my life, Jesus Christ, but like I joined what feels like it's pretty late. Because I mean, hearing stories from a lot of the guests that I've gotten to have here at the tavern so far, many of them had gone through uh, like high school, even like middle school. Old man, I can't get over that scene. But for me, I was like, what? Damn, how old was I back then? Oh my god. Uh, boy, I can't count. Let's minus that. Let's minus that. Oh, yeah, damn. I was like maybe like 26, 25 when I got into D&D, and I was already like working, and I was a mess. Mind you, a bunch of stuff was already kind of happening, uh, even before I'd gotten in. I like The first half of my 20s was filled with so much anxiety and insecurity and zero self confidence that who I am now as a streamer and as a person, as a role player, friend, even brother, as a person in completely, the contrast is to me immense. It's like a full canyon of who I was, like between who I was and who I am now. I did not have too much trouble talking to new people, but getting to actually talk to new people felt impossible. Like trying to start up a conversation with someone, it was more likely that we would spend 20 minutes and then I'd be like fidgeting, maybe, or trying to find a reason to never look at another person and just being like, oh no, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Hopefully they'll be gone by the time I get back. And now there's an actual chance that I'll strike up a conversation if I get the vibe that the person is bored and we have nothing better to do, right? Like it was worse than being a fly on the wall. That's that's how much it was. I was I was too nervous to be on the wall. I was outside the door. But eventually shit happened and I had to work on my own shit. Didn't even have like what is that? Yeah, like well, I couldn't see a therapist nor a psychologist. And it's a bad idea to self-diagnose, but sometimes when you start to self-reflect, you start to see a lot of the problems that you realize you've been avoiding, right? And some shit happened even earlier that from then that I had to really take a step back and just kind of really give myself like the absolute shit for either doing or neglecting about myself. You know, when people are like, "Oh, you deserve self-love. You got to really work on yourself. You know, be okay with being alone." And then at the same time, let me turn around and say, being alone in my own thoughts, that's a dangerous thing. That's scary. I don't like being in my own head. I've grown to like it. I actually realized that I really like uh not ruminating. Ruminating can get dangerous. Introspective. There's a lot of shit I got to work on still, right? Like I'm guilty of a lot of things, but holy crap, the amount of bullcrap I had to sort until I finally found some sort of courage to more or less yell at myself because for anyone who kind of like knows me, I don't talk a lot about it too much, and it's really just summed up. But like I said, a lot like I was just a ball of bullcrap since like middle school, and it was just building up more and more through high school that thankfully helped me realize that a lot of people were just this in the same boat and mostly bullshit turning on each other to the point that it's just like you're wasting your time trying to insult each other and like high school drama, all that stuff, which unfortunately you see now in basically Twitter and then even in office work. It's kind of ass that you just see people never really growing up, which I'm an immature piece of crap, but holy damn, the shit I've seen people pull. That's neither here nor there though. But for me, that time in my life was filled with just a lot of self-hatred because the bullshit just kept piling up and piling up, and I didn't know how to make my way through. Some people don't grow out of the drama suit. They really do not. And mind you, I didn't. I chose not to grow up from liking watching. I'm a bit of a gossipy bitch. I'm sorry. It's not that like oh my god, we're talking about that. Like no. There's there's some weird shit that happens. Unfortunately, everything has a bit of nuance, and if you can accept that, you can accept that people are just gonna be people, and you're gonna do a lot of the same thing you are. You know better, and it's okay so long as you take responsibility for the bullshit. But yeah, uh, I did not like who I was becoming, and I didn't like. It wasn't so much that who I was becoming, right? Like I had to somehow, some way, and I think, mind you, I grew up from like a Christian family, so we went to like church from like childhood, but a lot of it never really clicked until maybe later in their teens and up to like 2014. But shit happened in 2014, so um, that kind of drew in a setback. But I think it was ultimately a healthy thing for me because I think that kind of forced me to kind of shift my perception on both spirituality and mentally and just myself and the people around me that eventually led me to being like, okay, I gotta stop talking about who I'm becoming and realize that it's who I'm letting myself be, right? Like I was anxious, and I still am. I'm still shy as fuck. I don't really have an easy time talking to new people, nor even to crowds. Streaming still kind of scares me. But at the same time, I just have way too much track record to deny myself the chance and the understanding that I can do this shit because I have already done it, right? Like, if I didn't take the chance to just stop trying to be in the pattern of the rest of the world and just take an actual step back and be like, what is actually here and what is around me right now? Okay, I've done Bible study. I've had to take care of kids that I've since like I was a kid helping my mom babysit since I got voluntold by my mom to help take care of the kids at Sunday school, and then later on becoming apparently their favorite teacher. They're in college now. It's wild, and then couple that with going into the performances within like my teenage years. That was just before that going on, and then having to actually do public speaking in just random ass events. I even ended up taking public speaking as a class. Somehow I passed that. I mean, I was just glad that when I did that as like the final one, I got some shit wrong, but I spoke it so confidently that people believed me until the teacher was just like, "Yeah, you got some stuff wrong," and I'm like, "Oh, thank God." Thank you for correcting me because I knew I was looking up some stuff, and you know what? They found it entertaining, and I'll take that win. And I think I also finally took the chance to let myself be wrong. You always hear a lot of things of a lot of people say, just being like, you have to be okay with saying I don't know, and that other people will tend to accept that answer, and then the rest of the world is gonna be like, you better know what the fuck you're talking about before you say shit. Being wrong is bad. Your whole life is gonna crumble the moment you're fucking wrong because they will eat you alive, and they do if you make the biggest leap. Because if you make the biggest leap and you got nothing, no safety net underneath of what the fuck you're saying, and then double down, oh boy, we've seen what that happens. But at the same time, it led to a lot of pattern of me being afraid of being wrong. And I'm so glad that a lot of my perceptions about myself and and about the people around me and all other, like many other aspects of life, had just completely shifted. And I don't regret it, because even like religiously and stuff, that shit affected me negatively, right? Because you grow up in it, and there's a lot, it leads to a lot of different pressures that you don't realize you're going through, and that it is like the ocean of contradictions, not from what you're learning, but more about the people who are involved in it, is just weird, right? Like, saw some shit go down, and I'm like, no, I don't, put me out. Uh, but at the same time, the things I've learned in many of those things, uh, like, really did help me mentally. And, you know, I had to do some of that shit myself. But taking the time to actually do it and to follow my own pace, and being okay with that pace having to be almost like learning how to walk again, genuinely helped. Thank you for the hydrate. The contrast of me trying to take a serious tone and going, thank you for the hydrate. No, but I've been like, all of the bullshit that has happened. There was time even back then where I was trying to essentially abandon it, right? Like, you try to make something new, you try to reinvent yourself, and it helps. It helps to an extent, right? Probably for self-reflecting. Yeah, dude, self-reflection works fucking wonders if you let it. But at the same time, you definitely need a support. It's just that support takes shape in every way you'll never expect. You think it's going to be from your friends, you think it's going to be from family, from people at your church. Sometimes you think it's from the people around you, and it did not. For a time, I was just like, wow, anime is really doing it for me. You know, these some of these games, some of these shows, fucking Hey Arnold. You know, people tend to, even now still, right, like the medium of animation, video games, and storytelling, like as forms of storytelling and lesson, like like ways to give teachable lessons, like presenting them to people. It gets tends to get looked down on, and at the same time is also severely either underused and wrongly used, like to the point where it just gets preachy, but in a bad way, right? Like, it's one of my favorite games. I think was The World Ends with You, which was edgy as fuck and cringe, but I love the game for what it did, because it's a game that lets you be cringe, because you're the main character who's like, I don't trust the world. I don't trust everyone around me. I shut them out wearing these headphones because they're all kind of bullshit anyway. People are just liars. Why should I trust them? They don't care about me, and I don't have to care about them. Kind of like, that's, he didn't say that word for word, but that's the shit that he kept going. And then his favorite graffiti artist, Cat, like Neku Sakuraba is the main character, and he lives his life in isolation, wears headphones because he closes off his own world. And then his favorite artist is like, somehow he gets the message from the equivalent of his Banksy, and he's just like, I love the way the freedom flows from his art, and the way he just, his graffiti and his murals are all around the city. It just exudes. Live your life the way you want it. Live your life to be free. And he finally, like throughout the game, he finally comes to the realization that he's met his hero, and that the person who's been calling him out, and yet somehow he's been managing to respect over and over again more than anyone else to advice, is the very person, again, the very person who's been creating the artwork, right? And finally, after realization, he has that conversation with him, right? He meets his hero, tells him, I really admire your work. I love the way your art is free, and it's taught me how to live my life. I choose my own pace, I choose my own path, kind of thing. And Katz, the name of the person that of the artist, calls him out on it. Have you tried Outer Wilds? I want to play Outer Wilds. It looks so fun. Anime hits hard in the heart sometimes the way you need it. Honestly, it really does. But yeah, it's like the game is um it's by Square Enix. So the characters, which is even more fun because the characters show up in Kingdom Hearts 3. That no, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. So 3D. And hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom. All those hydrates made me about to pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom. Uh, Corvo, why you? The Go Ginny D strikes again? Absolutely. Oh, Shrek, that's so funny. But yeah, kind of getting back. Uh, Neku Sakuraba, main character of The World Ends With You. He is dead. You start the game finding out you're dead and that you have to survive. And throughout the game, you get told over and over again, the only way to survive the first day is to find a partner. It's a 7-day journey of fighting to regain your life back as a soul, watching the rest of the world from the underground pass through life, pass through life while they don't notice the ghosts in the ethereal realm just running around fighting for their fighting for their life. Is never gone. He's always in our hearts. Bruh. But yeah, it's such a fun game where the you have 7 days to fight for your life, and it starts off with the character edgy as fuck again, trusting no one, closing off his entire world, and the first person he meets is the most animated bombastic personality of a person who tends to almost overreact and not like overreact by like blowing up on everything, but in a sense of she just emotes. She reacts with her entire body. Shiki, who is curious about everything, values style and clothing. She overshares with Neku to the point where he reluctantly gets to know her, right? It is a case of no, it's not a case of an intro. I'm actually gonna throw out the whole introvert extrovert thing. Like it usually gets to be mistaken anyway. But it's if that was any scenario, it would be just like that. You know, an introvert gets adopted by an extrovert. Really, it's just someone who's just jaded becoming forced partners with someone who is a button pusher. Neku does not want to have anything to do with anyone or doesn't want to push any buttons. He just wants to do his own thing and he wants to be left alone. Shiki wants her life back, and she just found the person who's talented enough to basically use any of the powers available to him, where most people can only really use one or two. And they get told by, at the time that he doesn't know, his hero, you need to trust in your partner over and over again. He'll be told, learn to trust in your partner, learn to get to know them, you know, and he has to learn that the hard way. Eventually, we'll get to the actual topic because this will eventually lead into it. And the death game is 7 days. He has to go through it 3 times to finally reach the ending of the game. Here, you have a cupcake. We're friends now. Let's go for tacos. No, but throughout from like every beginning, right? He gets to meet a few people, the various characters that you get attached to a little bit. And although he doesn't want to get to know them, Neku is intelligent. Neku is really good at picking up on cues on people and essentially seeing through the veil of bullshit that people do half the time, and that's kind of hinted at why he closes himself off, because he just sees these things too well, and it's tiresome. But that also makes him a really good listener, because, and this is what I wanted to get into that thing, is that he doesn't just listen with what he hears because he has his headphones on. He doesn't necessarily hear everybody. He listens to everything as much as he can around him. Right? He's perceptive. That's really what it is. And as a player, you think that listening is just hearing what the DM says, or being told to pay attention, being told to pay attention in class, being told to pay attention onto the table to your fellow players, to what's going on in the scene, but they don't really tell you how to do that. Even me trying to rack my brain of how to get into this topic tonight over the past few days, I didn't even really know how I wanted to delve into the, I don't want to say deeper meaning, but like delve into like as much of the nuance as I can, I guess, right? Because this isn't surefire advice. This is just something I've had to learn through experience and trial and error, and through self-reflection of whatever the frick I've had to learn through various points in my life to improve for a hobby. Because that was, at the time, felt like a starting point. Like, again, like where I kind of started tonight, I didn't want to be the red flag player. I didn't want to be the red flag GM if I was. And I'd played D&D just enough to be like, I've played a few one-shots. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to learn the game, and I've tried to lead one-shots for my cousins, but I don't really know. So I have basically zero experience and resources, and trying to get over that hurdle of being essentially at the same spot that character Neku is, where he closed himself off. But my bullshit was like he closed himself off because he just saw too much, but didn't know how to process that information. My bullshit was that I closed myself off because I was afraid. That's it. But again, like I guess where I related with the character is that he had to learn how to listen to people even if he didn't want to. He had to learn how to take in the information of the way people talk, the way they behaved, to piece together whatever the fuck people are trying to do. Because this dude, no words on the art, and he manages to get the message of the artist. What the fuck, right? Like how the hell did you get that message? And the artist, when you meet him, is like that was pretty close, but also you're kind of bullshit yourself. And that hit me like a truck because I was like, wow, he managed. Like, how is him, this dude who's a little insightful, like he's not even a little, he's fairly insightful, right? To know what to do next, to see the things that other people normally wouldn't see, and find his way through the death game, and yet still has to be proven wrong, right? Like he's not much different from any of the anime characters you'll see in a lot of media today, in a lot, especially shonen, right? You know, he was basically Sasuke from Naruto, from Naruto. He's basically fucking Ichigo from Bleach, except Ichigo's a lot more open to people. Oh no, I guess more like Ishida, the bow guy, the glasses dude. He's every fucking closed off character that wants to be edgy, every rogue that wants to be brooding in the corner, every tragic backstory that wants to be told but wants nothing to do with anyone else at the table. That's him. And realized I was like, oh fuck, that's me, dude. I not be, even if it's because of a different reason. I realized I was letting myself be that. Like it wasn't that I was becoming that. I had to realize that it was just me. That was just me letting myself be that. That was this character letting himself be an asshole because he's just so done with other people's bullshit. But at the same time, he never made any effort up until that point. He didn't make much effort to use the information wisely. And when he finally gets called out by cats, he gets told, you were close. That is a part of the message that I have been giving. Live your life, choose your own path, be free, uh, yeah, live freely. But you don't even know what that means. I've been telling you this whole time, trust in your partner. You need to clash with people, dude. You need to let people in to your own world and take that chance because they're gonna mess it up. They're gonna step all over your boundaries if you have any. They're gonna knock on your walls. They're gonna knock on the door. It's gonna happen. That's just a part of life, and you're gonna do the same thing to them whether you like it or not. You're gonna try to step on eggshells around people. You're gonna try to stop yourself from hurting someone or offending someone, and it's the sad truth is it's just gonna happen, buddy. But knowing all of that, knowing having all of that information, whether or not you wanted it to, no matter how well uh, you can perceive the world and the people around you, and no matter how insightful you can be at seeing the bullshit, if you can't manage to use that information to either one better yourself and two better like help push other people around you to be better, not that they will be, but that you give them the chance to do so, then you're doing yourself the disservice of locking yourself away from the rest of the world. There is so much that this world has to offer, so many colors, so many experiences. And if you shut yourself away from that, then you have not received my message at all. And trusting someone is not always going to be the easiest thing. It's actually sometimes painful as fuck because you know it's going to be uncomfortable and you know that they could just they have like the moment you give that trust to someone else, they can do whatever they want with it. They can step on it, throw it in the trash, burn it, fucking eat it if they want it. But you did that. That's a step for you, and it may be painful, but you gotta keep doing it because that's just how you learn about other people, right? By the time you see it happen again and again, you get to learn how to prepare yourself for the next time it happens. But that doesn't mean you close yourself off anyway. It just means that by the time you find the people who learn how to treat that trust that you give them with the amount of respect that you would have given them as well, and you should be to do that first, then that's the people you stick with. You know, that's instead of clinging on to the bullshit that other people will do, it's like putting yourself out there is a whole lot of shit until you find until you find not the right people, but the people you want to be the right person for, right? Because God knows everyone is just doing the same shit. The preach. I'm trying to talk about D&D. I and I got this from a video game, mind you. I got this from a video game. By the end of it, he finds out that the girl who was such a loud personality, reacting with her entire body, trying to get to know people, trying to get to know him, trying to gain his trust, was lying. For you to for you to have a wager in a death game, you have to give up your something what is most precious to you. Neku gave up the most precious thing to him, which is his memories. He only cared about himself. Shiki gave up her entire identity. The the character you're seeing in the character you've been playing with, right? Because you have to it's a DS game and you have to play two characters at the same time, one at the bottom screen, one at the top screen. That's neither here nor there. You're playing two characters and you realize that the character who's edgy, as if he's supposed to have a backstory, is just himself bullshit. And that the person who you thought was cringe is just hiding from her own actual tragic, her own like personal tragedy. And that she's trying to fight for her life and she doesn't even know if she deserves it. She's been trying to stay positive throughout the entire first 7 days, and she gets called the fuck out. And for the first time, Neku's like, what the hell was that? Because it turns out, for someone as perceptive and insightful as him to see through people's bullcrap, it's all just been surface. He sees how people are at the surface. And he connects many dots and it gets him to many things, but he never gets into the deeper parts because he doesn't trust people. He doesn't let anyone into his world, and nor does he step into anyone's world himself. But for the first time, the person who's just been walking in on his own world so that he could live, even though he never wanted to be involved with her in the first place, has acting completely out of character, only to find out she's not out of character. She's been like, no, I guess it is out of character because the person who has been standing with him for the first 5 days was just a character. She was behaving like her best friend, and he actually gets to see her best friend with her appearance, her personality, her speeches, She's walking around in the land of the living. How the hell is she there? And my partner is here looking exactly the same way. And then he finds out that the person that he's been insulting, refusing to get to know, bro, she was going through it the entire time. She doesn't even know if she wants her life back. She doesn't even know if she deserves her life back. She's just been trying to push it because she doesn't want to be dead. And they have their moment. You finish the first round. You congratulate each other. You promise each other, when we finally meet, alive and not in the underground, here's who I'll be. She says to him, "You'll know me because of this stuffed animal that I've been using as a weapon. Because yeah, it's a lot of stuff. That's how you'll know me." And he looks at her and says, "At least I finally get to know you." And he finally he opens the door for the first time in the game, and you realize that by the time they're supposed to come back to life, he wakes up back in the center of Shibuya, the same way he found himself at the first day at the beginning of the week. And Shiki, his partner, is gone. And you're given no answers why he's still dead until you realize, just as the stories go, that only one of them gets to come back to life, and that they get graded throughout the week to see who has had the most improvement and deserves to get their life back. And for anyone else who survives, so long as you beat the game, you get to go around one more time. And that's great. But he's still there, and yet he's angry. You see the conversation. Shiki did earn her spot. She finally learned to accept that she is not the person she thought she was, or that the person, her best friend, after listening on their conversation, that they thought they were the loser in that friendship. But it turns out that her best friend was her best friend, not insulting her, actually respecting her, and actually looking up to her, reciprocating what she felt unknowingly. And the person she hated, which was herself, finally decided, fine, I'll try living for myself. I'll try being, I'll try finally taking a chance to really look at myself and just go from there. And I said, fuck you, game. Fuck you, because god damn it. All right, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. God damn it. I'll just take. Fuck you. Fuck you, video game, for trying to pull that bullshit on me. Fuck. Okay, let me just look back. Fuck. Okay, fine. I see what you're trying to say. You bullshit game. I know. But I don't know where to go from there. You know? Uh, but yeah, she finds out, okay, she's the one who deserves. She got graded, she got the highest grade, and Neku has to go second round. But the reason he's angry is that in the first round, he had to give up his memories as the most precious thing to him. And if you realize what I'm about to say, from like little context clue, yeah. Over the course of the week, he did open up. He did follow Katz's uh, advice to let other people in, to trust in his partner finally, and realize this person is worth getting to know. I don't really vibe with the cringe behavior, but after getting to know you, realize that it's just a defense mechanism, and that who you are is actually really fucking cool, even though you're a mess. But maybe being a mess together is okay. And She comes back to life, or she passes through the light, moves on, and is sent to come back to life. But that's where the real problem begins, because he opened himself up, because he let her in, because he got to know her and actually wanted to be her friend, genuinely wanted to be unfiltered, just be her friend and get to know her once they go back to life. Didn't realize that in doing so made her the most important thing to him after a week. Because finally he wasn't just thinking about himself, he was thinking about her. He let her be the one to get her life back. She tried to offer him her place, and he said, "No, I'm going to go through the next round. You deserve this. Go meet your friend. Go live the life that you have missed until now. And I'll catch up because I'm fucking good like that." And she says, "I'll see you in the real life." But nope. He gets immediately told, "Congrats, buddy. You're going for another round. Now to pay your price. She's your price." And he goes, "What the fuck?" And that's when you begin the cycle anew. Oh boy. And throughout the next 2 weeks, he gets to meet various people, the other players who are dead and like trying to survive in the underground, trying finding out how to live life differently. Where in the first week he's caught in uh, the the death game, trying to solve puzzles, running around the city, fighting the noise, which are these almost art like demonic beings, creatures that not only affect the players because it can kill them, like all right, like they get their souls are reaped, right? There are reapers in the game, and they give you challenges, and you have to beat them. But at the same time, they affect the living because they poison everyone's minds. It's the subconscious thoughts that just completely bog down your thoughts. Like all your worst thoughts get brought to the surface because it's just noise, and that's really all it is. And that's what I love about the game is you're learning that you're fighting against yourself because you're just like you don't realize how much of those thoughts in your head is just noise, and that the only way to really go through it is to take the time to wipe it all away as much as you can, knowing that they'll come back one way or another. But it's okay because you get better at fighting them off, and you get better at taking whatever step forward you can just to have a chance to live the way, or like live as best as you can, with the people around you. That's crazy to put in a game and not only present to the game, to the people who play the game, but also hopefully delivering that sort of mentality. Not even like a life lesson, it doesn't have to be a lesson. It feels almost, by the end of it, it feels almost common sense, as if you're like, well shit, I could have told you that. And yet the game makes you essentially slow down from the rest of the world to play it in such a contained environment, to realize you're not looking deep enough. You're not taking the time to look inside yourself the way that you think you are, and that the person, like, trying to open up your world to other people and letting them in, and as well as like letting yourself walk into other people's like horizons, right? Like, it's not just a way for you to just start talking to people, right? You don't just randomly start up a conversation. Well, you can, right? But like you don't know how to start a conversation, you don't know how to talk to people, you don't know how to let people in, or how to let yourself step out of your own comfort zone. You don't. The game's not going to teach you how either, but the game does tell you to listen to other people, and that eventually, if you happen to not miss it, realize that the person you need to listen to first is yourself, right? And that seems easy enough. It's like, wow, that's I'm 14 and this is deep. No, it's just like you realize that you're actually terrible at listening to yourself. Like you're not good at at trying to listen to what your mind is trying to tell you, and that you're actually ignoring a lot of this, like a lot of the thoughts that otherwise should help you move forward with your life. I'm trying to talk about D&D. Jesus. But yeah, again, because there's just so much noise in your head. You're just in your own head all the time, and you think that that's self-reflection. You think that seeing all that crap and accepting it for where it is and accepting the mess is, like, all right, fine, you're actually listening to stuff. Yeah, it's a mess, I don't like it, it's not worth, it's a shitty person. They're like, you're right, they don't deserve any of the shit that's around them. And you know what, fine, I'm a fuck up. What do you want me to do about it? Exactly. There's like it's you end up sometimes getting defensive about your own shit. I'm projecting now, but uh it's like, when they say like, admitting you have a problem is the first step, right? Okay, fine, you've admitted to that, sure. And then what the fuck is the next step? How to accept it? Okay, I don't fucking know. Okay, fine. uh this is not therapy. I am not a therapist. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is video game teaching me shit. But also it's like, okay, you know this about yourself, so what now? Well, I had like, boy, uh honestly, when I had to go through that shit, I am the problem. Yeah. But yeah, kind of going through that shit, especially in like like within like the first half of the decade, I'm using filler words. Sorry. Let me take a step back a little bit. But again, I did say early on that within like the 20s, because I'm 30 now. But within like the early half of the 20s and like even late high school and stuff, it's just a lot of self-loathing. And depression hits like a bitch, and it's undiagnosed, so I don't even know if I really had it. But it doesn't matter, because it's because whatever happened, and it led to bullshit, and it fucked me up a lot for a long time. And then this game comes along, as well as other different medias, different animations, different stories that you get to hear either from people, it's like, fictional or not. And then you realize, yeah, you've consumed so much stuff, you've consumed so much media, you've consumed stories, but you never fully listened to any of them. Just the same as you never listen to yourself, because you don't know how, and that you don't know how to clear up all that noise and to sort it out, and finally give yourself some room to walk, right? Like, if I had to put it, it felt like I got locked up in a room in my own head, and it took getting that bullshit called out to realize that I put myself there. It's just like, oh man, there's just so much out of my control. It's and again, all of these things have been said before. It's been told through many different things, but it doesn't matter, because even if they're there, it's like you're gonna blind yourself to it until something smacks you in the face. Like, you're gonna, whether you like it or not, you're gonna be moving through life with some sort of momentum, and until you get stopped and, like, essentially forced to look around you so that you can find the next, find the way to the next step, you're gonna ignore a whole lot of shit. And I certainly did. I realized that, like, okay, I'm trying to go through the motions of my own life, and I got caught into the rhythm of it, that I didn't know how to slow down. I didn't know how to, again, sort my own thoughts, sort through the noise, and figure out, okay, this isn't what I'm becoming. This is what I've let myself be. So what can change? Who can I let my, instead of worrying about who I'm becoming, how do I worry about who I can be next? Right? Like, I didn't have many ambitions in life. I didn't have many dreams. And, people put you in that pressure of trying to figure that out at an early age because they care enough to be, they care. They just don't know how to properly show it. Of, I don't want you to feel like, I want you to have these ambitions and these dreams and what feels like pressure, because these pressures will ultimately help you later in life. And having these goals will keep your mind on some sort of target, so that once you are on that path, it's easier to sort out your thoughts. It's easier to breathe because you know where you're going. But I'm an average dude. I don't know that shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Again, it felt like I had to learn how to walk again for that first half of the decade. And then comes nearing the end of the game, where they finally say the thing. They finally tell you what the title of the game means. The world ends with you. And I've been saying this whole time, because even though even though you've been told time and time again through the game, it never fully clicks, because you don't, like, the game lets you have a chance to see it in the most vague form throughout the characters inside the game, and maybe get a semblance to interpret it on your own, right? Until they finally tell you, this is what the author meant. This is what the author wanted you, hopefully, to get a semblance of. But whatever you receive from it before and after knowing this is what I was trying to give you as the author, is ultimately up to you as the player and as the audience to decide anyway, right? Like, the author and, like, the writer is giving you a chance to like, not decide, like, is giving you a chance by doing what Neku did and letting themselves out into the world, by creating a game about letting yourself into the world with other people, and them deciding what to do with the trust that you give them. Gives the trust to the player that they'll have a weird ass title like The World Ends With You. And hopefully, maybe they get a chance, maybe they'll get close to what the message you wanted to go into, right? And it gets close. Many times it gets close. It's always there. But then it becomes time to actually say it. And he tells them flat out, the world ends with you. You choose your horizons. If you want to keep yourself closed off from everyone, then that's the end of your world. That's it. Like, no one else is going to walk into it. You're going to avoid people. You're going to, like, keep those walls, whatever borders, doesn't matter. Because by the time, if you've done it, by the time you realize it, if you've been doing it for long enough, then no one's going to bother trying to step into your world anyway, because you built up your defenses and your distrust, and people are going to see it just the same way as you've kind of been looking at everyone on the surface. You brought all that shit to the surface, and you are going to end up alone. Oopsie doopsie. But if you let yourself, if you let your world open, if you keep letting it expand, eventually it's going to clash with people. You're going to have negative interactions. People are going to, again, like I said, people are going to step into your world because you're inviting them there. And the moment you invite them there, you allow them to essentially take a shit on it. Right? Like, you don't want them to, but they might, and hell, they will. More often than not. But every now and then, you're going to find people who are kind of like if you're lucky, an extension of your own world, right? It's not so much that they agree with you, it's that maybe you've clashed with them. Maybe you've had uh, a chance to meet each other on the wrong foot, on the wrong like the bad interaction, and you fight over whatever the frick is correct or what should or shouldn't be in that world. And hopefully, if things end up well, realize that you're all both stepping in the same world, and neither of it is yours. It's just in part of something bigger. And you know what? You're writing it together. Sound familiar? I hope so, because it's gonna be the next, hopefully within the next hour. But whatever story you thought you were telling about yourself, who you're becoming, not who you're becoming, who you let yourself be as a person or as a character in D&D, may not vibe immediately with another person, may not vibe immediately to another story being told, another part of the adventure that's happening around the table. But that's okay, because if you kept yourself closed off, you let yourself fall into the pattern of not only the world, thinking that you're walking your own path, deciding your own thing, and realizing no, you just close yourself off to whatever possibilities could have been for you, and that you fell into the same pattern many people have anyway, because when you're all walking in the same direction and looking down, you never notice who's actually walking beside you, especially if you're not bothering to listen. But if you take a few turns, and even if you're even if you're watching where you're going, even if you're looking up or looking ahead, choosing for yourself to take that turn, to crash into someone else, to make those little clashes, argue, get to know each other, get to know each other's stories, and in D&D terms, get to know each other's backstories. You'll find out that maybe you don't actually know your shit. That maybe the tools that you realize that you yourself don't have can be found in other people, and that choosing where your world ends, where your horizons either halt or continue to expand, just might let you find what you've been missing in other people. And over time, maybe you learn to make it for yourself. Maybe you learn to get better at it. Maybe you hone whatever skills in ways you didn't even know you could. And you build up that momentum and realize, okay, the bullshit I had is still kind of there. The mess is still there, but I don't have the tools. But now eventually I will. And that's okay. Right now I don't. That's okay, because I will. Because there's just too many people on this world that they might know what they're doing. They might know what they're doing. They probably won't. Hell, I probably won't. But if they have the tools to help me, I might also find out that I might have some tools for them. And that some of the junk that's been in my pile of the mess, turns out might be another man's treasure. Congratulations, you started sharing with other people. That's me saying that to myself. And then eventually, games like that, shows like that, the different stories I got to see, fucking anime and shit, weeding through it, realizing, wow, I really have played and watched too much shonen. All of those, like, I'm sorry, Demon Slayer, Chainsaw Man, they're really good stories. They're really, really good. But they're also fairly simple. They get intricate and they always have their twists, but they also go into a lot of the same beats. and that for me, who'd been doing for anime from like 2001 to like 20, like since 2001, long time, you're gonna get tired of a lot of the same old patterns because you know that a lot of these series, as well done as they're gonna be, gonna hit pretty much the same notes. Same with songs. A lot of the same beats are gonna be made, and you're gonna find yourself looking for something new. And for me, that was D&D. And for me, again, for someone who was just a ball of self-hatred, anxiety, refusing to get comfortable with being uncomfortable with people, eventually got to meet from like work, a friend of mine. Again, we haven't really talked, but mind you, if the moment we text each other or the moment we get to meet each other for like hang out, we're gonna be back to where we've been. Right? That's just how I treat a lot of my friendships. Like we bookmark it. It's fine. We catch up. We tell stories because I want to get to know you, and I don't want to get to know you through social media too much. It's fine. It's cool. I try to keep up with people. I really don't. But at the same time, they if I were the bullshit anxiety ball of Neko Sakuraba from The World Ends With You, then my friend who has a bit of an asshole personality, sorry buddy, he knows because I've told him, was essentially my version of finding Shiki, who was someone whose personality is just very loud, uh, like very standoffish, abrasive to other people, and yet so self confident. And by the time I got to know him, it was just like, yeah, he developed these patterns because he had to. Like he had to learn how to fend, not necessarily fend for himself, but he had to learn how to defend himself from no, yeah, kind of fend for himself, defend himself and his daughter from other people because of their bullshit. Because the man loves his daughter, and holy crap, like the shit I've seen him do, I look up to him like a lot, and I was like, holy shit, how the fuck did you do that? And eventually realizing, like I said, right, like getting to know people, sometimes you realize that they have the tools you need to fight off your own bullshit. And for me, that was him. Like his self confidence, not self confidence, but like even if he didn't really fully know something, even though I could tell him he was wrong, genuinely wrong, and we would argue enough that you'd think we'd be this close to starting a podcast together. And honestly, that was on the table for a little bit, but we agreed there's just no time, and we don't know what we're doing. But what made the friendship work is that we weren't the same person, and that we were so contrasting that people in the office were like, I don't understand how you two are friends, but you two are just friends. You kind of just sit together, and it's like, so does a magnet, right? The contrasting personalities and lifestyles and behaviors is exactly what made us clash towards each other in the first place. We weren't walking down the same path. We weren't walking in the same direction in parallels to the point where we would never see each other. No, we were walking the opposites. And dude changed my life in more ways than one. For me, seeing the way he handled life, and I was just like, okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just gonna start pretending to do shit the way you do it. And he did the same. He did some of the same shit from me, and I was like, oh shit, okay, we're actually affecting each other, right? Like it sounds cliche and it sounds weird, but it turns out it's a lot more common than you realize. Especially you probably do it too to a lot of people around you without realizing, and it's honestly why I've grown to like people who are, well, not severely different, where like I where you know we're gonna be so completely different on like opinions, where and then somehow choose to be friends. Like no, 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 no. Someone's just like batshit crazy. Like, keep me away. But we had more common ground, and then kept improving, pushing each other to kind of like improve. Even though there were just a lot of things we also disagreed on, right? Like opinion wise, whatever we talked about, and it just led up to me deciding, fuck it, man. I want to do something that's different. I want to play game. I want to play something that is different from all the video games that I've ever played. That is, up to that point, just playing solo games, right? Playing even competitively. I used to min max, not that I was generally good at it, but I was that type of player who would like, okay, I try to get sweaty. I want to be good at this thing. I want to be. I will. I found myself starting to get a little bit toxic, like League of Legends style, because I did play League of Legends stuff, but I played Counter Strike even before then. Like you get used to yelling at each other and knowing when it's being sportsmanship, like it's being like having its sportsmanship and banter, to kind of being like you talk shit to, like you talk shit, but you don't necessarily insult each other, where you actually want the other person to feel bad, but it's like you kind of just get a rise at each other, so that the adrenaline just kind of keeps you both up there, right? Like it's it's a weird level of trying to raise each other's morale, of ignoring taking the loss and taking that energy of like, fuck, we failed or we're lost. I'm like, no, 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 fuck that shit, we're going back in, right? Like, why the fuck are you doing? And it's like, in the heat of all that crap and all those gameplays, high, like no stake situation, but feels like it because of adrenaline in a video game, you start to talk shit. That's just the way it happens. And at Xbox, PlayStation, people sling a lot of different words. I was totally in that. Yeah, playful jabs. And mind you, I was in that, but eventually, just like how I kind of ignore a lot of shonen series now, not because I think it's bad, but because I know it's going to be good, even if it's like a new song, even if I know it's going to sound like really, it's going to catch me by surprise and off guard in many ways, and it's going to get pulled off, but I also know the basic formula that's going to be there. And if I know the artists and the different works that I've probably read from them, because years happen, looking at you, Fairy Tale, sorry, uh you know what to expect in terms of like the cliches. Some artists do not know how to let go of their characters, Fairy Tale. And that like, you save yourself some of the trouble, but same time, you also got to let yourself sink back into it. So eventually I will get into those series when the time comes for me to have a guilty pleasure. Tangent over. For me, I was looking for something new. Not even something new, because it was something I was already interested in, because it was D&D. It looked cool when people were playing it. It was the nerdiest shit, and people look down on it, but I'm a gamer. People look down on it already. So why not? It felt like the next available step for me. I didn't understand how to play. I didn't understand how people choose what die to roll, how a game master chooses what rules to play by, what is going to happen in the next story. Is some of this shit scripted? I was watching Critical Role, and even that feels scripted, and I knew it wasn't. But I saw the memes, and I was like, fuck, though, I get what they mean, because it's just so good, right? I didn't fall for the Matt Mercer effect, thankfully. And I'm still sad that that's the name of that one, because Matt is completely the opposite of the effect. And it gets attributed to him negatively, and it's like, no, it's named that because he just did such a good job, and everyone just misses the entire point of the game, because it's just that dazzling the way he operates, because most people suck at listening. I really shouldn't use the word most, it's just habit. I will say many people suck at listening. I am also one of the many. Not, again, I'm just an average dude. I my Most of my opinions tend to be fairly common. like common to the point where I'll see something and be like, "Fuck, I was gonna make that joke." I really have no originality. And you know what? You go into the game, no originality. Welcome to the game. You don't know the rules. Many players also don't. It's far more common to find players who don't know what they're doing, who end up the murder hobo, who end up every red flag in the game, and that games end up not finishing, schedules end up getting fucked up halfway through, parties fall apart, tables get switched around. You may even find yourself with new strangers getting added. Uh, you know, finding out that you might even find out that the people you're friends with do not match the way you want to approach the game. I had to learn that before I even got into my first actual groups because I was playing with my cousins and my siblings, and we knew how we played video games. We knew how uh, we handled board games because we actually played board games nights, and we still do because they're fun. Right? We just have so many board games, and we love inviting our friends because it's fun. Uh, but as fun as they are, it's not D&D, and that the rhythm that you have with the people you know in games like that, in the video games that you play, in the board games that you might have a chance to do so, and the activities that you get to do, even if you know them, if you take the time to realize how you know that they do those things, it might just be completely different than what you want in the game, in the stories you want to tell, in the stories you want to help tell. Maybe you don't even want to tell a story. Maybe you want to be involved in the mechanics of the game. You want to min max. You want to hit as hard as you can. You want to cast the biggest spell in the most intricate way that maybe you're setting up a 1 turn plan, a 3 turn plan, catch the GM by surprise. And those playstyles are completely okay. It's not generally my playstyle. My playstyle would be though like is the opposite of how I play video games. And if you've seen me play Baldur's Gate 3, the way I play Baldur's Gate 3 is opposite from the way I play D&D, even though they're the same, essentially the same mechanics and the same storytelling wise, because they're both D&D. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, I'm a loot goblin. I like taking all whatever options I don't like handling. I can't handle the failure. I will save scum until I get the desired effect because I know there's no consequence of it. It's just me playing. And yet, if I'm playing with other people, sometimes I end up being the shitty player because I fail to catch my own habits of solo play into a group play, which I've honed in on a little better in like the actual table. No matter the system, I've been trying to get better at it, and I have gotten better at it. And yet, fail to translate that in an actual video game. And I've been trying to get better in like the different games I play. In like whatever game I'm playing, I try to deal with it as like a team, even though there might be a way I want to play it, right? So somewhere in between is where I go from storytelling and you know group work into like teamwork heading towards the win. I'm no longer really competitive in my gaming. I don't really aim for the win as much. And yet at the same time, if that's what the group is trying to go for, I will try my best to lock in and listen in to who is taking the lead. If I have to take the lead until the person that I think really wants to take the lead is finally comfortable, then I'm down. But if no one really wants to take the lead, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I may also start seemingly taking the lead. Actually, no. I will end up taking the lead in a sense that I'm seeking for advice. I can sometimes like eventually you get a chance, like you get better at sensing like the vibe of the room, like like room reading, you know, the people around you, be it on stream, off stream, in a video game, whatever, whatnot, whatever you're doing, and you get where people kind of want to go, but they don't know how to say it. They don't know where to start, and they don't want to step on each other's toes. And you might have to be the one to do so. I've learned to be okay with being the one to step on toes because that's how I had to learn how to improve on dancing. That's how I had to learn how to. For those of you any coming in now or from here before, again, I had to perform. We locked in on those performances, but holy shit, our practices were trash. And in game, so is mine now. But I'm okay with that now because success sometimes is just like if you're if you're either that skilled or talented, then you just keep moving forward with success after success. But more than half the time, if you're like me, success is built on a mountain of failure. You know, you're gonna fail over and over and over again until finally you learn from your mistakes, learn to make the tools that you need to fail a little less every day, fail a little less moment by moment, if you take the chance to just slow down and, you know, learn to crawl, then stand, then you walk, and eventually learn how to run. And then, you know, for me, that was going in from the bullshit to the moment I got to finally call myself out to the moment I realized, yeah, no, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. All right, shit. And then meeting my friend who helped inadvertently give me the tools that I needed to finally choose what direction I even wanted to go. Like, didn't fucking know where. Didn't have much ambition. Fine. But you choose a direction and you go. And for me, that was taking the leap of I didn't want to play D&D with my siblings and my cousins and relatives because what I wanted from the game could not be found with them. They just won't meet my play style. I gotta go with strangers. Social anxiety be damned. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to start these conversations. I don't know who to ask. But fuck it. Right? Like fuck it. Let's just do it. And then completely back out for 3 weeks. Like I said. Because fear it's a habit that's hard to kill. Uh, but after 3 weeks, finally did it. Started stressing out for the next like month to 1 to 3 months because I got no hits. People just did not respond to my shit. And then after all that, 3 people reached out to me pretty much all at once. And we're like, okay, how about we meet next week? Okay, cool. Okay, how about we meet next week? Cool. Wait, hold on. What day? How about we meet next week? Okay, wait. Here are the days that I can go. Okay, fit. What do you mean we're meeting? Okay, this is an online game? Okay, we're meeting to play. Okay, we're not even playing the same. We're not even actually playing D&D. What did I just agree to? Fuck it, we'll just do it. We'll do it. We'll do it live. And then end up through games. I'll be right back because I just realized what time it is. So I'll be right back, and we're finally getting close. It's been an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, and I've never fully gotten into the topic. It's always a lead up. Fuck it. I'm just yapping. I'm just rambling, even though I have a bit of a topic. Hopefully, it'll be noticeably relevant. But I'll be back. rambles. I'm back. Well, thank you. I find it hilariously ironic that tonight, me being like, many people are bad at listening, and that you find out not only is listening a skill, but it's also one of the most important skills you need, not just as a person outside of the game, but really within the game, for a game about communication, because people tend to misunderstand communication, and that is why you should be listening to me. But also, don't listen to me, because I'm bullshit. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time. Same guy who's being like, you need to learn. We really need to learn how to listen. Is just talking about himself the whole goddamn time. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. We need to improve our ability to listen. So listen to this. And it's just me rambling. Not at all listening. No, kidding. It's just my experiences of learning how to listen to people and myself as well. And am I much better at it than before? Not really. I'm still fairly flawed. I still have a lot of bullshit I gotta get through and learn from other people around me. But what outside looking in isn't that much of an improvement, still feels like an entire canyon away from the me before getting into the game and taking a leap of faith across that canyon to become, and not become, but to let myself be who I am now as a player, as a GM, and hopefully as a person. Do I still got my own shit to deal with? Yeah. And is it nerve wracking? Yeah. Am I a mess? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Goddamn. But for what feels like a messy ass world for me to be living in, somehow managed to let myself stay just open enough to be found by the amazing people who have just chosen to, against better advices, let me be who I've chosen myself to be, and spend some time together. And where it's led to is that men, like a few, not even few, like quite a number of those people have invited me to either play games, be it video games, or even at a tabletop. Taking those invites, and each time they do so, I am a nervous wreck. Each time I get those invites, I'm humble bragging, by the way. Sorry, oopsie doopsie. What's my biggest weakness? Friendship. No, is that there's a big part of me that is still the dude who is too scared to do a lot of things and to talk to a lot of people, like, and new, and to experience these, and yet the FOMO overflowed just enough to turn that self-hatred into a way of tricking my own brain to essentially punish myself with a good time. Because there was a point in that time where it's just like, you know what, go fuck yourself, me. Like, you've been giving yourself so much shit and you keep doing this to yourself. You know what, you don't like being cringe, you're gonna be cringe, you're gonna talk to these people because fuck you, you're gonna do it, you're gonna strike up whatever embarrassing conversation you will, because you don't know how to start conversations. You don't know how to do icebreakers. You don't know how to ease people in to getting to know you, and you don't know how to even get to know someone. So fuck it. You're gonna start in the middle because fuck you. And that's how that conversation with myself began. And goddamn, did that part of me hate me for it, but also was just like, oh, fuck you for being right. Also, so you know what? Go poop yourself, and I did. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I think those bits of self reflection and you know so used to self hatred and self loathing that eventually kind of circled back around to more or less realizing that love and hate aren't really two sides of the same coin, but they're actually companions. They're essentially best friends or frenemies on the other side of the coin of apathy, because no one's really going to know you as best as you are, but no one's going to be a bigger critic of yourself than you, and no one's going to hate you more than yourself. But also, no one can really love you as much as yourself, right? Like, you can let people in for as close as you can, but you're always going to hold something back, because there's always going to be, like, if you manage to learn how to fight against that and completely open yourself up to another person, fucking teach me how to do that shit, because that shit's cool. That's scary, but goddamn, that's cool as hell. And you do a semblance of it in various points in your life. For me, that was D&D. I was nervous again, cringe and nervous, still now cringe, because I'm doing this and because you're hearing my ramblings. Fuck me about it. But you embrace it. And I had to learn how to improve my improv, because I'm talking out of my ass this entire time. You think this shit is planned? I only had a semblance and a skeleton of what I wanted to talk about tonight. I don't even think I haven't even like fully reached it, right? Uh, like I was gonna be like, oh, let's talk about this, and then like hook it into the actual topic. No, it's 2 hours later. Jesus. Nope, pick a direction, and I chose to continue. So here I am. Here is the ramblings. But yeah, for me, it was a cringe journey, but it was a journey nonetheless, and I liked it. And I hate. There's still part of me that I hate, but at the same time, had to learn to truly accept. There was eventually a time where I was still feeling like I wasn't completely there, or even though I acknowledged who that part of me was, that I didn't fully accept it, right? Because, and I later realized this later, it was as if I was still trying to leave me behind, right? Like, you hate yourself so much that you try to give yourself something new, hopefully shaping that, taking that energy and putting it, spinning it into something positive. But what I fail to realize is that, like I said, like sometimes you have to learn how to listen to yourself. That I wanted to let myself be something more positive, that I still failed to listen to what I was trying to say to myself. Where eventually had to come to terms that, like, yeah, I in my attempt to sort of reinvent myself or to be a little bit healthier mentally, I was still just choosing a completely different like, it was still the same problems, just reskinning it. because my anxiety was still there. My inability to completely, fully socialize and let myself be with people was still there. I was just like unknowingly trying to run away from my problem because I was in my problem. I'm the problem, running away from my problem, and the problem was me. And then time had to pass until I realized, okay, yeah, no, I've you end up having to go back to yourself eventually. I mean, I hope you do if you're in the same position as me, because again, you learn to pick up those tools. You learn to essentially level up IRL to get the skills and tools to take the problems that have piled up and clear away for yourself. But if you forget to go back for the mess, then what was it all for? And eventually, if you fail to realize that, you've lost yourself already. Like, it's a shitty experience once it hits you, and it definitely hit me hard for a little bit, right? Where it was just like, it felt like I was getting better, and then slammed right back to square one because I realized that New Game Plus gets to start at least. And so that was something positive. But holy shit, I had to put some rework. And I still am. And that's okay. I'll get to where I'm going. You know, they do say that the journey is more important than the destination, and I'm still on it, and that's fine. And you know what? I think that these yapping streams are completely part of the journey, and that's cringe as hell. But god damn it, it's what I got, so I'm gonna use it. So you know, we're screwed because here we are. Um, hold on. What are people? Oh, I saw people's messages. Uh, that being said, I'm also really thankful for the people who've gotten to meet. Like I said, uh, convincing myself to finally open up my world and my horizons to people, for as shitty as it made me feel for a long time, eventually people found me anyway. And yet at the same time, it wasn't because I just stayed still waiting for people. It was like I had to make, like, in the course of self-reflection, it's a weird contradiction of going back for myself to reach it, to almost reach a hand out to the version of me in the past to finally take that step forward. And in stepping forward, put myself into a better position to be found by the people that I thought I'd been waiting for. And yet, while I'm thankful for them for finding me and befriending me and being friends, you know, even if it meant, even if we ended up not becoming friends and we just became acquaintances somehow, you got to meet each other for a little bit, got to have your fun, and then you both went off your own way. People come and go, and it's fine. It sucks, but it's fine, because what stays is what you choose to keep from those interactions. And the little bits that you choose to treasure from each of those interactions would eventually be a pile and a hoard of its own, of your own little treasures, and that may be comparable to the mess that you started with. And maybe you gave a little bit to them because fuck off. Kidding. No, it's just part of sharing your life with other people. And sometimes you don't realize that you become stagnant because you're so busy waiting for other people that you don't realize, that you don't notice that they're doing the same thing. right? Like I had to finally kick myself in the ass or get my head out of my ass, eat so much ass, uh, to essentially, figuratively, look up and just take a fucking walk out of my in the mess that I made, and realize, one, no one's waiting for me, right? Because, or worse, not so much no one's waiting for me, is that other people are waiting for someone the way I was waiting for someone, right? And that, no, rather than like no one's waiting for me, it's no one's coming for me. And that sounds sad, but and it's actually more cringe. But uh, it's not a, it wasn't, to, at least to me, it's not necessarily a bad reality to come to terms with, because for me, it was what helped me finally take the leap. It's what helped me to finally just say go fuck yourself to me, and get to the path to where I am currently. Right? Like, this isn't the end game. It's just where I am right now, and where I'll be next. But it'll be fun. Just like in that John Disney movie. You know? But a lot of it really did stem off of, at least at the start, it was there, right? In the video games, in the stories, in the manga, the animes, and then in the D&D, again, choosing to make the decision of, I couldn't play with people I know, because I couldn't get the satisfying experiences that I have now with strangers if I were playing with people I know. And mind you, now I am better at playing with people I know, because the people I know, I'm better at spotting how their play styles are, and that I can adjust my expectations of the game to either match with theirs, or see if we can't find some sort of common ground between each other, and being okay if we can't find the common ground. Sometimes you just don't mesh play styles with other people, and that's okay. And many times it's going to be that, again, you're going to find out that the people you know have different expectations of the game. Oh my goodness, it's almost like that's the normal reaction, because people live life differently. Just because you're playing the same games together, just because you end up friends together, you're still very different people, and that you treat games differently. But how I view the games are not how other people view the games. Maybe commonly in a general sense, but not exactly the same way. And those little differences are what create the unique experiences within tabletop and any other media, honestly. But at least in tabletop and D&D, where I am still, has helped me to make each table that I'm a part of feel uniquely different, even if there are some commons, right? And hopefully, what is common is the positive experiences that I hopefully can help bring to the table for others to enjoy the hobby, because of what it's gotten me to fall in love with the game. Not just like the system in general, but like the hobby of tabletop and D&D, right? Because the possibilities that I've come to realize is just here feels so vast, at least into my own understanding, no matter how limited or expansed, to what it feels like sometimes hearing other people of like explain the game, and then realizing that, for me, when I started it, was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to be the red flag player. I don't know how to not. I don't want to step on people's toes. I don't want to interrupt people. I don't want to like I don't want to interrupt other people's stories for my own, and I don't want to be selfish about it, and I want to be generous about it, and eventually coming into terms that for me to do so, I have to be right. Like people's tale, like it's a fairly common phrasing of you have to let yourself be selfish sometimes, or you have you have to learn how to take care of yourself before you take care of other people, right? Or you need to get out of your own way, or you need to learn to criticize yourself before you criticize another person. What is that? Take the log out of your eye before you help someone take the twig out of theirs, right? Because again, you tend to fail to listen to yourself first and notice what the problems are, either in arising or what's already there. And for me, trying to avoid those problems kind of made me realize, at least thankfully early on, that trying to avoid those problems was essentially me creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, because I was more or less raised to be a bit of like a people pleaser, or like someone who entertains the guests. Like uh, my grandma definitely instilled that habit in both me and my brothers. Both, yeah, me and my brothers, and it's just like a very familial thing, right? Um, but you try to avoid those problems, and that's exactly why those problems will end up coming up in the first place. You try not to step on other people's toes, you try not to interrupt, and eventually you'll never get your voice out. You'll never have your moment known. You're never going to know. Like, the GM is not going to know that you wanted to say something because you chose not to say something. Because you chose. Oh, oops, I spilled some. Because you decided that in trying not to interrupt other people, trying not to steal like the spotlight or hog the spotlight, that you never got it. That you're so used to giving it away that you'll never actually have it for yourself. And that the game will feel either stale, and sometimes, if you end up in a state of denial, where I definitely was for a little bit, that you're the biggest thief to your own story and to your own play style, and for what you expected out of the game is, again, it's just you. So how do you ride that line? Well, remember that video game I was talking about an hour ago? Turns out the answer was already there. Turns out the answer is already there no matter what. Anyway, it's in a whole bunch of stories. Fucking Naruto had to annoy the shit out of everybody trying to prove himself, until finally people got to see that he's not just bullshitting, and that because people were so annoyed and kept calling him out on this shit, he helped him to realize the error of his thinking and then adjusting it, even though it seems like he's just stubborn about it. But in truth, there's always going to be that bit of core belief, the core to your beliefs and like the core to your thinking. But you'll make the small adjustments to improve how to help how to help that core move forward, how to enjoy the game better, how to finally get your stories told, how to have your character feel more interesting, how to let your character feel alive even when it's not in the spotlight, even when it's not your turn, even when you're not necessarily talking, when the scene is happening, when other people are taking a chance to have dialogue with an NPC or describing what their character is doing. That doesn't mean that your character stops as well, or that anyone else's character stops, or that any of the NPCs or the story stops as well. you want to make these stories and these worlds feel alive, then you also got to be willing to dive in and let them be alive. But most of the time, you just don't know how. Even though this is my first long form campaign as a GM, I know that there's going to be parts of it that is going to be shit. And much of it is. And that I'm already identifying some of the weaknesses that are there, and that I'm trying to pay attention to where my players might be having some frustrations, where they might have already seemingly called out those frustrations and then taken them into consideration for the next games. Because even though I, as a GM and as a player, want to accommodate other people, I have to be willing to understand where my accommodations have to stop so that I know where I want to be too. Like as a dungeon master, as a game master, you for the most part you're gonna be like a facilitator, a referee, someone who decides what needs, but like what challenges need to like be called for, either in roles or what problems need to be presented to the players without heavily railroading. Railroading will happen because even a road will have a guide, and you decide what those guides are. If it's a heavy railroad, then you're shackling the players. You do it too much, you take away their agency. But if in trying to make sure you avoid that, you end up doing it anyway because you want to give them a challenge, you give them a challenge, but then it becomes too difficult. But if you hold yourself back, then it feels too trivial, right? Like players will always get really smart about the game and whatever exists, and you're never going to fully know how they do these things. And many times they're going to trivialize your game and your story and the problems you present to them, and you have to learn how to be okay with that. But you also learn to adjust in terms of making it more difficult. But you're not trying to. But you also don't want to do it in a way that it's GM versus players. You're going to be riding some sort of line, and you got to learn to be okay with it because you're a player at the table just as much as the players are. And at the same time, the players have to learn that they are as much a storyteller and in their own way a GM as a GM is. Because one of the conclusions that I have arrived at and found that many have arrived there already, and yet almost feels like some sort of hidden secret, even though it's not, is that, like I said, as a GM, learn to think like a player. And as a player, learn to think as a GM. Because just like the world ends with you, you're letting each other into your stories. You're letting each other into your own worlds. You're trying to consider what is overlapping between you as players, fellow players, and as GMs to players, and as NPCs. I don't know. Like your table will, one way or another, clash with each other. And if it clashes too much, then the game might have to end. And I've spotted people where they'll literally leave a table at the first sign of trouble. And I thought, okay, I don't know if I fully believe in that opinion. Right? If it feels like it's being railroaded, like I literally saw someone's opinion and their post being like, if I see that this is happening, I'm leaving. And if I see them doing this, I'm leaving. And if I see another player or another GM or doing this and that, I'm leaving because they just don't have the time to deal with the bullshit. And at first, I fully disagreed with that opinion, but I also had to sit on it. I realized, okay, what brings a person to that conclusion that, you know, not necessarily the first sign of trouble, but at the first sign of the rot? Because trouble you can probably resolve. If it's a small little conflict, and if you choose to communicate between each other as a table, like either individually or as a table, hopefully just ending it, keeping it up to that point, then you become a better, like a more cohesive table after that, right? Like little problems can be solved, and many people completely fail to take that as the most basic step of just communicate. But at the same time, that is also an incomplete advice in and of itself, because saying just communicate isn't enough. It's a basic advice because it feels almost common. It feels like a common sense that it should be obvious, right? But as obvious as it is, it's way too zoomed out. Okay, cool. You want them to communicate. How should they communicate? Where do they begin? They clearly, if you had to tell someone just communicate, clearly that's supposed to be the obvious solution, right? But if you had to tell them that, then they clearly don't know where to start. I keep saying clearly, sorry, but yeah, they don't know where to start. You tell them to communicate, better fucking tell them how. Sorry, like, how do they identify the real root of the problem? Is it a problem worth talking about, or is it something far worse that they might have to choose to just cut off completely? How do they know what choices to make next? What is the next step for them? The little nuances that are under the umbrella of just communicate or just talk get lost in trying to give someone the most basic information. And I was thinking about this the other day because I was still trying to lock down what I wanted to get across for tonight, at least, which ended up being the the actual skill of listening, and not even just like what goes what the next step is in listening, right? Like, you want to improve listening. How do you improve listening? What are the key parts of listening? Like, how do you break that down a little further? Because the most obvious part of listening is hearing, but hearing and listening are two different things. And being perceptive is more than just hearing, right? It's as many of the other senses as you can taste the other players. I don't know if that's one of the things you have to deal with in terms of perception, uh, but learning how to be insightful and perceptive, learning how to read the room, how to get the general vibe of whatever table or the people around you is going on at that moment, and then taking it a step further and either adjusting for that mood or facing it head on, and realizing that it's like you're just gonna have to do it, right? Like, you're just gonna have to pick a direction when those, like, once you've listened in, and like, kind of zooming out a little bit. Once you've taken the time to listen, hopefully being able to identify what it is that either needs to be improved or needs to be cut out completely, that you pick a direction and you let yourself live with it, right? Because unlike Baldur's Gate 3, I can't save scum. I can't get every bit of loot that gets dropped, and I'm gonna get soft locked. I'm gonna get locked out of the different interactions with people, the different friendships that might exist. I, in one way or another, I mean, not one way, in a different day, I could have been friends with this one person, not being like specific to anything, just like it, as an example, I could have been friends with someone, but because we made the decisions we made, led us to completely different places and opposing fields. And maybe those opposing fields could meet and we still could have gotten there. But, the person we let ourselves be, some like many times, it just comes up to it just comes down to that simple decision. Do you let them in, or do you become a part of their world, or do you separate? And it's pretty much going to be like that for many different aspects. As a player, as a GM, as two people on the other side of the computer screen, like that shit's just gonna it's just gonna be one of those things that just happens, right? But you decide in every, like, whenever those moments come, you decide for yourself what you'll do, one way or another, even if it's to take an inaction. It's got too real. Welcome to the Ales of the Yapping Porthole, where me trying to get into the topic of D&D ends up getting a little too real sometimes. Because I'm 14 and this is new. No. But yeah, I did say that I was spending that first 2 hours literally trying to lead up onto this bullshit. So for me, as a GM and as a player, as a GM, I try to think of what I would want as a player. Right? I want to, for me as a player, I started out with a mixture of, in a long form campaign, a mixture of narrative gameplay and explorative sandbox gameplay, right? Almost Skyrim style, but with a party. And having to learn how to play with other people, one with strangers, was all about learning how to find rhythm where there was none. And still, my party and I, now there are bouts of those silences. I love my party, but Jesus Christ, those bouts of silence kills my brain. But when we hit those strides, holy hell, we hit those strides. And yet, for me to improve on how I've played with that party, I also had to meet even more new people and learn to play different games and even host some of my own one shots with people and fail a few times, or at least, they enjoyed it, but to me felt like failures because I could have done better. And yeah, I definitely improved. But like I said, for me as GM, it's those little, like, the ways I wanted to experience the game in what felt like what I enjoyed from the first time playing the game as a player. You know, the narrative, the exploration, the long form of the game, and taking the time to invest what feels like constant wild goose chases, and realizing that it's not that it's a wild goose chase, it's that you're in a world that doesn't consider you a hero. You're essentially a nobody in whatever world you're in. Maybe you have some connections, but so what? You're not royal. Maybe you're not. Maybe you were from royalty as a character. Why are you on the adventure? What does that do for you? Why should anyone care that you're royalty, right? And then having to decide as well, what the fuck is royalty doing out on an adventure? What? How did you fuck up so bad that no one should be listening to you? Because if they are already, then what are you doing here? Because you have no business being in an adventure. I'm sorry, but you're creating a Mary Sue as a character. Mary Sue, Gary Sue, whatever. But I gotta reel that in. For me, that sense of being small in the grand scheme of things helped me, at least in my opinion, to write, hopefully, better characters or characters that feel more grounded. And at the same time, as a player and as a character, learning how to create goals and quests where there otherwise is nothing. And at the same time, when there's no meaning, seemingly no meaning, realizing that you have the freedom to give meaning because there's none. And that might, no, it is cringe, but at the same time, even though it seems like that shouldn't affect the game in any way because the game has its own rules, you'll hear often that the rules are just guidelines, right? The rules are just starting points. The rules are just the little lines where you learn to color inside. But coloring inside the line all the time means you're not really creating anything new because unless you created those lines, then like you're essentially still in the learning phase. You're still at the coloring book of someone else's game. You're not really creating a unique experience for yourself aside from taking the same coloring book over and over again and choosing a different color each time. But eventually, just like manga, sorry, and anime, you take those lines and those pre-made pictures and those formulas and those guidelines, and those rules, and you just choose a different color. Eventually, you're gonna start doing the same thing again and again. It's just in a different order. Okay, cool. You have you have the same page template of a character. It's you choose a different hair color this time. You choose to color the sword a little different. Maybe you choose to put a staff on him. But the staff will look it's the same design as the next one. It's the character overall is just going to be the same one for each of these games, just in a different color scheme. And to some people, that just works for them. It's fine. If that works for you, then then it works for you. That's not up to me. To me, I don't like that. I want to go outside the line. I want to make those new lines. I want to take the things I've learned from the game and make something of it. Even if like not creating a whole new game. For me, homebrew isn't completely changing the game and making rules that by this point you've created like a Theseus ship of a game, right? It's like no, I'm not making anything new in the game. I'm taking what's already in it in these guidelines and these rules and placing them in a different position or building upon the foundation that someone else built to create something different, but still within the world that they created, right? Like, I'm not trying to create a whole new foundation. I'm just building on it. That's, to me, is where my homebrew tends to ride that line, right? Like, the crafting rules at base suck. They do. I'm sorry, they do. But I still follow them. I heard it. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. I still follow those rules. You know, I still have my character spreadsheet because my character is an artificer, and goddamn it, I need those rules, right? But I will still question those rules enough to be like, does this really make sense in the grand scheme of fun? Some people will go hardcore in following those guidelines and not stray from what the rules is written, and they'll criticize the game for being badly written. To which I'll be like, yeah, yeah, that opinion is fairly correct. Some of those things are pretty badly worded. So why the fuck did you stay within it? Right? And if you want to stay with those rules anyway, and if you love the game anyway with it, all right, cool. Again, not for me to decide. I play the game my own way, and other people do too. And that's totally fine. You'll find people who who will. I'm not saying that you may find. You will find, so long as you keep yourself open to the possibility of it. Other people who have similar or the same opinions as you. And I've been lucky enough to find people who view the game much in the same way as I do, even if not exactly, or even if we're one of them, like if either of us is further along in the journey. Sorry, the music took a turn. Jesus Christ. Uh, right, like is either further along in the journey or has learned more either from experience or just natural lessons that they've taken before they got into the hobby and see the game in a different way, and I get to learn from them because god damn it, there's just something worth learning from other people if you let yourself listen. And those little things that I as a player have enjoyed, the craft, how changing the crafting rules just a little bit to flow better, to feel like you're actually building something as a character if you're invested in crafting an item, creating a new spell, changing the nature of a spell to fit your character more. Does your character have a favorite spell and they want to improve on it? You know, does that become their quest? Does that become their story throughout this entire game? Even if it's not the most grand quest or the most tragic backstory, maybe they create for themselves their own grand quest. Just like my character Emmett, not the most tragic backstory. My DM definitely tried to make it, and it actually became a little bit more tragic. Not well, a little bit. We found out it was a little bit more tragic than we expected, in a more or less emotional way. But at the same time, because when I made him, I didn't know how to take a backstory and have a quest with it, or how to have a quest, like a personal quest like that, interact with the rest of the game, and yet have it have a story. But for me, it I what that was taking the rules that I enjoyed in the game and the little aspect of it that were actually completely apart from the role play and more on the mechanics, and create a role play and story and narrative from there instead. Which is, you know what, I won't even get into that part because that's gonna get me heated because it's a thing I disagreed on. But there are ways in the game as a player to create goals, both long term and short, in places you might not necessarily expect, in the rules of the game that you otherwise would have looked over, in the little objects that are meaningless And yet in your pocket and in your character sheet, the little starting equipment sometimes have these little objects, or you choose what trinket will be depending on like the background you have. And most of the time players neglect, not neglect, they don't even, they'd have to know that it was there. It's just an afterthought. Maybe it is neglect because it's just forgotten rules, and you'll see many videos on YouTube of rules and aspects of the game that most people forget. Here's a small guide of the 10 things that they do. No, I'm me. I'm just yapping. I'm rambling. This isn't step by step guide. This isn't like solid advice. It's just shit I'm saying, and maybe you consider if you're even in the hobby. And if you're not in the hobby, hopefully maybe get you interested more, either more interested in the hobby or finding a tool that works for you, even if you take what I say and you tweak it, and it's fine. If it helps you in one way, then I'm happy for you. But for me, as a player, change those little crafting rules again, turn them into little challenges. I wanted those to feel like challenges. Wanted them to. I wanted my characters to have a chance to take a little break from the danger of the quests and the story to digest the information that we've had. Did someone betray us? Cool. What happens between them betraying us and the next battle? What does my character do with that information? Do they stay mad? Okay, but if the scenes keep going, if the story keeps moving forward without giving me the chance to digest what the fuck just happened, then it feels rushed. And it feels like we skip a whole bunch of these plot points, or the stuff that even like Brennan Lee Mulligan has talked about. The I forgot, I think it's called Ma, you know, the silence, like the calm before the storm, right? The little bits of the story that remind you what you're fighting for, or that remind you who you are as a character. My character is an inventor. He wants to create things because he was made to destroy, because he knows how dangerous magic can be, and he wants to make something that can actually help other people, that can help them forge a life of their own without feeling the pressures of financial restraint or magical restraint, because most commoners can't afford magic items. He sees the problem that is already existing and tries to improve on it. And yet, at the same time, where he began his journey was the fact that he didn't have a family of his own. And he had to balance. And for me, as a person in control of that character, had to decide where the story of that goal that he made for himself as an inventor had to marry itself to the character who longs to experience what it's like to have a family of his own. And how the fuck do you do that? And for him, realize from like further. So eventually, I came up to the, and I'll get back to my point. Eventually, he had to come up to the part where taking the time to improve his crafting and his, you know, ability to invent and to identify existing problems and finding solutions for them. Eventually, just like for me, IRL, in my own self reflections, had to return back to his original goal, had to go back from what he learned and, like, identify the problem that was inside of him the entire time. He still never fully reached it. His character is still incomplete. His story I mean, his personal goal, even 2 years after in game, and now as an NPC, technically is still ongoing, is remained unresolved, right? Because it's ends up choosing to keep himself busy. And when I began this hobby, the notion of having an incomplete character and a backstory that's never fully resolved, a character who's just not done and yet is complete was outside of my brain. I couldn't even conceive how to even do that. And yet to me still is one, I want us to get back into that adventure because I want to see where it goes, right? But at the same time, even if he never fully resolves it, I'm fine with it. Right? Like I'm actually content, and it's making me excited to see that level of incompleteness because he's an NPC now to my Monday campaign. Eventually, if the character does come into existence because he's been made known, right? I don't know if the players will ever get a chance to meet him. I don't know if they'll TPK and die as characters, uh, and then we have to start a completely new one. I don't know, but if and when they get to him, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what they're gonna choose. They could outright rob him and kill him, and then I'll be like, well, he's dead. But you know, uh, as a player, having that freedom is also pretty sick. It's awesome, and having the investment to do those things, to have a character lead up to that, and coming into those realizations myself was awesome, and I liked it. I liked that journey. But getting there and getting to those conclusions, I have to also admit there were boring parts. There were parts that I, as a player, thought that there were things to improve on to help the story flow better, to help those goals feel more digestible. Like not just like how it was presented to me, but how I uh, either got the information or chose to see the game because it just wasn't there yet until it was. That I have to take those adjustments that I would have wanted from my character and consider them as much as I could for my own games as a GM, right? Like, what would have been satisfying for my character to learn? What would have been awesome to take a chance to slow down whatever story we're on and journey to let my character feel grounded in the world. How do those little actions that I'm doing and investing in, either crafting, selling, talking to other NPCs, inventing things? Why did I go phlegm on that? And how do I let that ripple out into the world where it feels like my actions have some sort of agency and gravity that will ripple out anyway? And in thinking of those methods as a GM, really helped me, honestly. It helped me that to realize I want a chance to have a scene with another player. I want to take the time to have a private conversation in character with another player, creating another scene. That happened in a different campaign because one of the other three. Great. How to create new moments between characters, even if it's an NPC or another, even better, if it's another player, or even better than that, if it's as many other players and their characters to create a new subplot or sub story that's going in that we can take with us to help this adventure feel more alive. I have grown to get a habit of choosing to fight against the habit of refusing to step on toes or step around, like walking on eggshells, walking around eggshells, and instead becoming a more proactive player. Because as a player, what would be most fun for my GM? Watching the characters get immersed in the world, watching these stories come to life, feel real, and at the same time, actually delving outside of ourselves as players and become the characters and the stories that eventually become an adventuring party. Going from, how Vox Machina from Critical Role started off completely arguing with each other and kind of clashing with each other's ideas, even in Lord of the Rings, where there's just asking questions. They go from asking questions, learning about each other, not knowing, even arguing, eventually becoming lifelong friends, companions, calling each other out for this stuff, saving each other from the problems they created for themselves. Like you, Frodo, uh, right? And many times that I've seen, and I was guilty of this, like I said, as a player, because you refuse to clash, because you hold yourself back from stepping on each other's toes, from interrupting each other, from not getting in the way of someone's spotlight or the story, you end up being like the essence of a nice guy, right? Of a nice player. People play nice, but being nice and being kind to each other is different. How do you let someone's character feel more evil if you never challenge their morality as a fellow player, as a GM? How can you challenge their morality if you never give them a trolley problem, if you never present to them, or better yet, if you present to them a trolley problem that feels detached from themselves as a character and as a player too, what gives them the chance to care about it? And you have to essentially cycle between those thoughts as a player and as a GM to find out what is fun for the table and what is fun for you together. Because the part of listening to each other isn't just hearing out what the other has to say. It's so obvious that you're just paying attention, but paying attention to each other tends to fall on deaf ears anyway. The advice of it, right? Like, what does it mean to pay attention to each other? What does it mean to listen to another player, to listen to your GM, to listen to your players as a GM? Because you have a story you want to tell as a player. You have a story you want to tell as a GM, be it overarching. You want to take their backstories and have it feel grand and interconnected. But maybe you fail to take into account the stories they want to tell and how they want to tell those stories. And in trying to make them interconnected and talk, I'm essentially criticizing myself now because that's what I'm trying to do in my campaign. And in trying to do so, fail to take into account how they want to tell those stories and how to take the information that you received from their backstories and from how they play their character, the little habits that they form, what their characters care about here and now in these sessions, in the sessions that have passed and how they differ from the sessions that have passed to the sessions of the present and what might be possible for them later. How do you take those little informations and implications that maybe there's a secret that they want to hide? If you send something, take the chance to acknowledge it for them. And as a player, it's okay to talk to your GM about it. That's the point. Ask questions. From player to player, ask questions. One of again, I was talking about the other, like how I was thinking about it the other day of how to get more in depth into the aspect of listening and how to be perceptive. One of the vices in that people say, or I think create a misconception about communication, is we keep advising each other, just talk to each other. Just talk to each other, just say what you have to say. But that's not necessarily listening. And realizing that I had to flip that advice from talk to each other to listen to each other. It sounds like me just walking down the street. I was trying to get lunch the other day, and that to me was just like, wow, that feels so fucking obvious, and I feel dumber now that I feel like that should have been the advice instead of saying just talk to each other. Because most of the time you'll see that even some of the videos on YouTube and stuff, like, oh, okay, mistakes that players make, mistakes that GMs make, mistakes that people make, not even in the game, just in general towards each other, is that you're talking to each other. Worse, you're talking at each other. You're not having an actual conversation. You're just waiting for your turn to speak. You're not listening to the other person. You're not hearing whatever you're hearing. You're hearing what words they're saying, and you're already preparing an answer as if there was a question being asked. And now it's called mogging because you're essentially trying to one up each other. You're it's one of those types of not even a conversation where you're hearing what someone is saying, whatever experience they're trying to get you to feel excited about for them, and all you're thinking is, how do I take what they just said and feel relatable to it? I know how. I'm going to tell a story of my own about my own experience and then present it in a way that might feel as if better than their own story. And then you end up with bitter feelings because you took whatever they said and just tried to one up. When they quote unquote say that sometimes people just want you to be there for them, right? They just want an ear to listen. And yet, again, you can tell people to listen, but they'll never fully know how. Hell, I didn't. And I'm the one yapping. But me yapping about this shit now is partly admitting what I don't know and being okay with what I don't know, because I know that other people might know. And what they'll know more than I do, I get the chance to take in and get better at, because I accidentally tricking myself into studying. But let's put it back into the game, right? Many times, players, you'll see these. We'll talk at each other. You'll see these videos and even like these D&D skits. Like I said, mogging comes into the part of it, where it becomes a pissing contest to see who has the more tragic backstory. You'll have a lot of these skits often is about like these characters sitting around a bonfire talking about, my family was killed. I'm on a quest of revenge. vengeance, revengeance, to strike down the person who burnt down my home and cut down my family and then took the baby from my mama's arms. I don't know, some shit like that. And then the next person goes, ah, I too have a tragic backstory where my family was also killed. I am the last remaining member of my family, and rather than revenge, I am here to restore the honor of my family and become the king I was destined to be. As if that was a predetermined notion of your character. You fucking nerd. I'm sorry. It's just a lot of these. And then a third person goes and is, part of the joke usually is, what are you guys talking about? My parents are alive. That's actually one of the skits. I forget, is it Deerstock? Deerstock Studios? I forgot. It's a fun channel. But it's like, again, a pissing contest to have a more tragic backstory. And eventually you'll find someone who got bored of these stories and started making these silly backstories because they thought that they could do more. And honestly, I am in that boat now where I tried to avoid making an overly tragic backstory, but at the same time, in my decision to do so, have created characters that were more sad, not necessarily okay, a little bit tragic, right? Than I expected. But at the same time, it was fun because tragedy wasn't the forefront of the story or the decision to write those stories, but rather choosing to write what seemed like a grounded character who's just living their life as part of the world of something not grand, and then trying to justify why they're here on this adventure, right? Like, what calls this character to adventure? You don't need to kill off your parent. You don't need to kill off your character's parents. You don't need to have them lose something. You just need something to call them out into adventure, and seeing if you can, like, how far you can push that limitation, right? To, was something stolen from their patron? Their family might be alive, but maybe the family has been stolen. Maybe they have to save their family. Maybe it's not even their family. Maybe it's their best friend who's gone missing. Maybe they're not the chosen hero. Maybe the chosen one, or chosen villain, I don't know, went off to an adventure and you're the backup because maybe you found out they failed, or maybe they went missing and now it's your job to get them back on mission because no one else can. And they're the only one who can save the world, but now it's become an escort mission or a rescue. Shit like that gets fun. But it also falls apart when, like I said, it becomes a pissing contest. And as a GM, you're like, I got too much to deal with, man. How do I deal with all of this bullshit that they're saying and make that make sense in a story? And many DMs choose to completely throw it away because half the time they don't even listen to each other in, like, usually what is the session zero of what is to be expected in the story. Does the campaign have enough room in it for your character to even explore any semblance of that backstory you want to write for them? Do you have to adjust your backstory to be a little bit more simple, to be a little bit more contained, or, you know, seemingly average, right? To let it be a part of something bigger? Or are you going to be that asshole who is like, We're just here on a treasure hunting story. It's going to be a self-contained one shot or 4 session adventure. We don't need to create something special. And you create an entire 30-page essay on a backstory that'll never get explored in 4 sessions because you thought to yourself that this character was so cool that it deserved a deep backstory. And then getting sad or disappointed that the backstory doesn't get involved, or that your character doesn't feel real. I'm sorry to tell you, your character's overqualified for this adventure. It doesn't fit. You know, it's not even like thematic wise. Like if you created a cyberpunk character into a world or adventure and your DM says, "Cool, what's their backstory?" How about we there's not much. Maybe they just fell here and it's just a part of a bigger adventure that may present itself later on, or maybe it just doesn't have to make sense. One way or another, they found themselves here washed ashore with a bunch of strangers and their tech doesn't work right. Or maybe their tech has to operate differently, and oh my goodness, now it operates into it operates in a way that matches the fantasy, seemingly medieval uh, theme of the story, and yet there you go, fits better. Like it's just that, and them following the story and acting in character to be like a bit confused, trying to justify, trying to adjust to the world around them as a player because they listened to the notion of the theme and stuck with it anyway, even if their character contrasts it as a whole. Still feels a lot more fitting than a character who's like, I am nobility. My family was stolen and killed off, and I am going to restore my family name with this treasure that I may or may not have to kill all of you to get. And I'm just like, I don't know if that's gonna do anything for you, Chief. That's a crazy amount of words for look, treasure, and bad guy. Fight for it in a span of 4, maybe even 1 session. And then when nothing happens for your character, because nothing could happen for your character, kind of sad that I didn't do anything. I feel like my character was kind of just ignored. And you're like, well, did you again? Did you listen to in session 0 that this was going to be a 4 or maybe even 1 session game? If you didn't, whoop, well, too bad. And then as a GM, maybe you are playing a long form game. Maybe whatever story you're trying to tell is interesting, but is it only interesting to you? What have you done to present it to your players so that it's interesting for them to not even like interesting enough for them to want to take a bite of the hook, or a bite of the bait, right? Like of the plot hook, or better yet, is what you started with when you presented the adventure to them still viable to the story that's arising from the characters themselves? Is the adventure that you thought you started with worth keeping as opposed to what is finding its way from the players? If you are a godsend of players who learn to make quests of their own, who are pushing their own agendas, best case scenario, they're interacting with each other and finding out that each of them have their own flaws and have overlaps in their own habits, interests, and whatnot. and create something new for themselves, do you as a GM still try to force whatever story you think you're writing? Or do you listen to your players and realize maybe what they're doing is just the start? It's the start of something new. Fucking High School Musical uh, can be the start and the frame for something bigger. And if it is, do you choose to go there and completely abandon your story? Or do you choose to take what they're building and see if you can't bridge the gap between your story and theirs? And in doing so, for me as GM, in trying to bridge that gap, how can I? And yet, how can I enjoy the game in a way that presents the world and the rules to let them feel like there is the level of freedom that I fell in love with, even throughout all the stories, even through the rules in homebrew. How do I do that? Maybe I can present an enemy that introduces a new mechanic, or better yet, introduces a forgotten mechanic, seemingly forgotten, right? A mechanic that already exists in the game, but is not normally explored, right? Like it's, oh man, I'm gonna talk about that after. Uh, but something that is not normally, or at least that is normally cast aside because it seemed uninteresting to other people because they didn't know how to present it in an interesting way, right? For me, how do I improve? Like, what did I like about crafting, and what did I choose to improve, and how do I make it interesting for the players? Especially because one of the players in my Monday campaign has the same exact class and subclass as my character, who has, well, become an NPC because they're playing in the same world that my party is in. And guess what? It turns out, listening to my players did create a completely new campaign that I originally wrote. I was going to go in from Lost Mine of Fandelver into Storm King's Thunder. Can I go into Storm King's Thunder? I don't know. But we don't have to. That was just to help me create a framework because I was nervous. I was nervous as a new GM that I didn't have a story to give them completely original, right? But I'm not, I don't have to be. It's my first time GMing. My story's going to be bad no matter what. But even if it's bad, like, and poorly written and full of plot holes, so what? If it was fun, if we get to have the fun parts of it more than experiencing the boring parts, then the campaign will have done its job regardless. No matter how cliche it is, no matter how overdone it is, it will have done its job. Looking at you, anime, right? Like, even though I give a little shit, or like a lot of shit, to the same formulas being used over and over again, it just different color, like, different color schemes, different character styles, different art styles, different story beats. Essentially, they will become the same. And you know what? It still works. It still works. It's still enjoyable. It's still marketable because this shit just works. And you know what? That's fine. Eventually, it becomes some, like, it's gonna, even if it's not new to me, it'll be new to someone. And if it's not new to someone, it might be new to me. And for me, in here, what was new to me, or what I thought I couldn't write into something new, is I actually had to find a way to bring them back into the main quote unquote main quests, whatever we actually joined this campaign for, because what they're writing and what their characters overlapped feels so interesting and fun because it's just them making decisions as players and characters of what they want to chase. And all I was doing was taking what they originally wrote and seeing if I could craft something out of it, right? And I did, and they liked it. And I hope that it would be fun from the perspective of the players, and it much of it actually did. Some of it uh, was fun in a moment, but ultimately decided for them because I paid attention of okay, they have they've been presented with things that I like and what I think is good for their character, or not even good for their character, what I think might be interesting to the character. But even though I presented that, maybe they found something more interesting in that moment. And you know what? Throw away whatever I wrote and go with what they went. And if I can use any part of what I wrote, bonus. Guess what? That's just information I could fall back on later. Also, I'll be right back. I gotta fill up my water because it turns out I'm actually out. I'll be right back. I'm back. I have returned. I'm Maxine Buzz. Why are you every guy's dream girlfriend? Lol. Because that's what every guy's saying about you. Huh? Wait, huh? What do you mean? You mean? Welcome in, welcome in. If I'm not sure if that's a reference, I don't understand. Because I'm a dumbass. But oh man, do I remember where I was at? Not really. Oh, my brain. Oh my god, it's 2 a.m. Well, we're in like the last hour. So at this point, I'm probably still gonna start getting more and more contained about everything I've been leading up to for the last 3 hours, which is just about listening. Which is so funny because the title of this stream is "It's Not Your Turn." So what do you do when it's not your turn? It probably is the most normal, not normal, but the most obvious thing to be like, it's your turn to listen. It's not your turn to roleplay. It's not your turn to speak in the scene. Then is it your turn to be the one who's interested in another player's story, right? Is it? But oh, sorry, there was a bit of congestion, so now my hearing is a little bit weird. uh, but yeah, when it's not your turn, when you're not in the spotlight, when you're not in the scene, when you as a GM realize that it's not yet time to move the scene forward, to present something new within the scene, to present a new problem, to quell what the current problem, or to call for a role. It's just time for you to pay attention, both as a GM and as a player, not just to the story that someone else is trying to tell, either in fuck, what was that? Oh, I think my foot farted. That was weird. Sorry, I'm wearing a slipper, and it sometimes creates an air pocket. And it's like, oh, it's weird. But yeah. Oh wait. As a player, what is this music? Hold on, it got loud. Got way too intense. But yeah, as a player, sure, it's normal to get distracted. It's normal to take a step back, let someone else into the role play scene, right? To zoom out and reassess what your character might do next. But you also have to give time just as much as a GM is giving you time to have your scenes, to have your stories, and to have these scenes move forward. Making room to give spotlight to another player or to a GM in an NPC scene isn't just about disconnecting from the scene altogether. You know, people say stay hungry, say, well, actually, that's a, maybe they don't say stay hungry. Only a few people say that. But, my brain. When it's not your turn, are you like, giving room is also about taking the time or taking a chance to assess whether or not this moment in time or this moment in the scene is the appropriate time for you to assess what notes you're writing. Are you writing, like, if you're writing any notes, are you still paying attention to the scene unfolding in front of you? If someone is trying to role play something, you don't know if they're going to call onto your character, which something that I've learned as in trying to be more proactive, like I said, is that I try to involve more people into my scenes, right? Like when it feels like it's appropriate for my character to step in, to have a chance to role play, to have their voice be heard, to let out an opinion, or to not give advice, but at least offer like it's called offer a different possible route that we can maybe argue about if our characters disagree, like, or maybe it's an overlap that we do agree on, but one of us may have missed, and the other can take knowing that and bring it back up so that you cover each other's weaknesses in the role play and in the information, right? I've said before that instead of waiting for someone else to speak, I actually have learned to step forward and take the mic. But I'm not taking the mic so that I can have my moment of glory and role play and have my story pushed forward. I tend to take the mic first because I hated those bouts of silence, those 30 seconds, sometimes even minutes of no one saying anything. Your GM just asked, "What would you like to do?" I want to stand here in silence, is what I want to do. I want to wait if someone else has something better to offer because I'm afraid of looking stupid. And so is everyone else in this table. And so we're going to have a moment of silence for the adventure that we could be having right now. I see this mainly in new players because they don't know what they're doing, and that's okay. But I also see this in experienced players because even though they know what they're doing, they don't know when to do it. And because they're unfortunately too nice. Like I said, being kind to each other is different than being nice. Being kind to each other is taking a moment, even if it's a split second decision because you've just gotten good at it. For me, it's assessing what everyone was doing while the story was happening. Even if I wasn't involved in the scene because it's not my turn yet, I'm still trying to see if someone is trying to do something big. What story is someone else trying to tell? Are they trying to involve me in it? Are they trying to involve another player in it? Are they trying to ping pong with the GM or NPC, whatever's going on, into having a back and forth in scene? Can there be a room? Can a room be made for someone else to enjoy it, so that more of us are playing together and not just playing here? Like play with each other, play with each other, play together rather than just playing solo in a group. Because many times I see it. We call this main character syndrome a lot of times, but a lot of these times I see each of these characters, and I see this even in streaming and collabs, unfortunately, where it's just everyone wait, not even like even outside of that, generally, everyone waiting for their turn to talk. Like I said, they're no longer having a conversation, they're no longer paying attention to each other, they're just talking at each other, trying to one up, trying to have that one liner, that zinger that makes the whole table laugh, that smart or wise phrase that gets coined and you should put that on a shirt, or wow, that blew my mind. Where you were waiting to talk, but then what you wanted to do or what you end up choosing to do falls flat because you didn't take the chance to see to listen to the scene. Is this an appropriate time to make a joke? Is this an appropriate time for your character to choose to be serious? What emotion would give would you wait what emotion can you explore, or like maybe not, can you or should you explore both as a person and as a player, or even as a GM, to give gravity and meaning to what scene is unfolding in front of you? What people tend to fail, and what I had failed also, and what was awesome to see people who were good at it in delivery, especially in improv, because this is like the aspect of the game where improv really does take a much more step forward rather than just the mechanics of the game. It's out where you have to start thinking outside of the rules and more into the people around you to see what's really going on, right? And part of that is in the improv isn't like where people tend to fail in improv, because even I have, is like, one, I'm still also really bad at improv. I just gotta put that out there. And where they fail at it is they think to themselves, "Oh, I'm bad at improv. I don't know how to put something new that can, how to write a good story." Good. Part of writing a story, especially in a group like D&D, which is the opposite of what I hated in the Bouts of Silence, is learning how to listen. And like I said, like listening, being perceptive is actually different than just waiting for someone else to speak. Because if you're truly listening, you'd understand. I mean, you'd look at your fellow players, figuratively or literally, if you're at the table, and seeing if they're eager to have their voice heard. Is a scene about to come up where you think that the GM is about to finish describing the environment around you? Are they about to ask you what would you like to do? Can you see it coming from a mile away? And when you do, are you going to be the one to speak first, or do you think that someone wants to speak first? And if they do want to speak up first, do you know them well enough to understand that they're shy about it? That they might be the type of player who right now is scared to act first on their own story, on how to push their own story. Maybe they're new, maybe they don't know how, maybe they're experienced and they're still bad at it. And they need a bone to be thrown to them. They need someone else to press the button for them because they don't know how, or they don't know how to see the button. Maybe they need someone to start the scene because they're reactive and they don't know how to be proactive. Where where not most, but many players, including even my own players, are mainly reactive. And I've had to talk to them, and I will talk to them again, how to become more proactive players, because they will need to get reminded, even for myself. It's just a talk that's just going to have to happen again and again. Coming back though, if you're really paying attention and if you're really listening, like I said, you'll take, hopefully, take into account those minute pieces of information and actions that people don't may not realize that they're doing, and choosing to act based on it. Okay, that person is too shy. They want to say something. They don't know how to say it. They don't know if it's appropriate for their character to say something. Maybe they're playing a dumb character, but the person behind them is intelligent, but they don't know how to get that character to present something in a dumb way, even if it might lead to a solution. How can you do that for them? How can you be the scene partner for them? Because God knows the GM just asked, "What would you like to do?" They don't know what they want to do. They know how their character is going to react, but they don't know what to do. But if you, hopefully you, and hopefully another player would have taken a chance to see that happening and take the mic, not again, not for yourself, but for them. Take the mic, start the scene, get the ball rolling, pass it to them, let them react. Hopefully, they pass it back to you. If you do this enough to each other and you know each other's rhythm, table trust is what you build. If they know that they can't, that they tend to be reactive, maybe they try to be proactive. But if not, maybe you're the one who becomes their scene partner many times, and if they trust you to be the scene partner, they might get to know that you tend to start the scenes for them, and you give them the chance to be the character that they are. And if they return the favor, great. If they don't, you still get to be the more proactive player and choose how much of the scene you push for yourself before you pass it on to them. That's what we mean by sharing the spotlight. You're not just stepping back to you're not only stepping back to give someone else a chance to speak. Sometimes you're stepping forward because someone doesn't know how. And then, oh my god, here's a potato. Here's a hot potato. Take it, you dang players. And then you grab it and you're like, oh well, I know who to pass it on to, right? Like it doesn't have to even be the most optimal play. It doesn't have to be the smartest person to take the next scene. What I find more fun is to take a scene. Sometimes I will do it. Sometimes I will go to the most optimal player. But some many times as well, I will try to find who I think will give the most interesting or most fun reaction to the scene, how to move a story forward, because I think that this person might be the most appropriate one to do so. Or maybe my character can't do anything, but I see that someone else might have something to push for themselves, even if it's completely unrelated. But it doesn't matter if it's unrelated because they're giving you information to work with. Within improv and in group storytelling, if there's no prompt, there's no scene to be had. If there's no information for you to work on, then there's nothing for you to bounce off of. There's nothing for you to set up for later. There's nothing for you. If you create nothing for the other players, they can't be interested in yours. And if they can't create anything, then you can't be interested in theirs. Same with the GM. If as a GM, if you can't create something interesting for them to bounce off of, if you can't find a way to present them information that they can work with to create something new and work with you to bounce off of that, then you're going to find yourselves with a lot of dead air. I'll take a small scene from my Thursday group when we went to Earth. So, we had been following uh, a wizard from ancient times who disappeared, found the keys, found their laboratory, found out they went to Earth. We didn't know the planet, but from the description, and because our GM had previously asked, would you guys like to go to Earth? And we said, fuck yeah. Let's get weird with it. And so we did. And we found the mage. and we asked them questions. We didn't even bother trying to, like, no, we did. It was fun exploring the themes of Earth because it was funny to come from the world of Faerun and D&D, of magic, sorcery, stunted technological growth that people view as medieval, even though it's still basically modern, just with electricity and power taking a different shape, which is magic, right? But you put that contrast of that and the technologies of Earth that have no magic, and then trying to justify the existences and how things could work. And we found a way. I won't explain how, but we found a way. But eventually, that led us to trying to ask the NPC, who is older, or at least from a distant past in our timeline, than the way that time acts that brought us to Earth. And eventually, we, asked about this cursed, I want to say urn, right? This cursed urn, or this cursed jar that no one in our party ever bothered to use, because we knew that shit, from description alone, there's whispers coming from it. There is a dark energy emanating from it. It's in a box for a reason, and we don't know who to talk to. But the only person we might have a chance to talk to is this wizard who's on Earth. And you know what? My character and another character went into a separate room because our character, mine is an inventor, so is his, even though he's a cleric, a forge cleric to be exact, and I'm an artificer. We both work with magic items. We knew the precautions we had to take as people who were involved with artificery and curses, and we could protect ourselves, but the other two could not. So we knew that eventually our scene with that jar would come up, and we made the agreement: let the other two do their thing first. My friend wanted to explore Earth technology and do something with that. We waited. Our other friend wanted to explore human and like Earth progression in terms of anatomy, medicine, because they are a necromancer, and seeing how that improved and maybe help improve their own magics. They got to do that. And they got to take up whatever time that they did. It felt like no time at all to us. But eventually, my friend and I did get our scene, and we got to learn a lot of information of the jar. We found out that if you touch the jar, you will have a boon to your character. You will receive some sort of blessing. The only problem is that if you touch the jar, even though you're receiving a blessing, you open yourself up to having your soul taken or being mind controlled for as long as the curse takes effect, right? Like, yeah, you get a boon, but every power always comes at a price. And we learned that the only place that exists in back in our world is to take it to one of the highest mountains and perform a ritual that is yet unknown to us, something that is being unveiled slowly, because we need to meet the right people. We need to go explore the rest of the world, and now we have the next step. But we know now more about this jar. And it was a lot of lore revealing from the GM. And then normally you hear this phrase: I relay that information to the rest of the group. Right? If it's a lot of lore drop, it's a lot of mechanics, a lot of information to be told to receive as a player. I relay that information to the rest of the group. Totally okay, because the other players should be listening in, and if they heard it, and if feasibly your character will tell them everything that they just heard and learned, then that's more than enough. But that's not what we did. My friend and I came back to the others, gathered the other two, and one of us started the ball rolling. No, my friend got the ball rolling because he wanted to warn the other two. Okay, we already know that this jar is cursed. We just didn't know how cursed. And I thought it would be fun to see how my friend would react if I started almost instigating the other two to hopefully touch the jar. And it was such a fun scene that I think it was one of the best moments that our GM got to witness from us, because I think he'd never seen us go back and forth it before like we did in that scene where my friend's character is like, so it's a cursed jar. If you touch it, you might get, like, if you touch it, you will get, like, it should be obvious. If you touch it, you will get cursed. Your mind will get taken over, and you might lose your soul. And then I went, okay, but if you want to touch the jar, we also found out that you will have some sort of boon. You're going to receive some sort of blessing. So if you don't get your soul taken, it might be fun. And he said, yeah, but also don't touch the jar because just don't risk it. Yeah, but also, what if you wanted to? Right? I mean, granted, don't do it. I don't think any of us are going to do it. But just in case we ever have to, it's always an option. Just don't touch the jar. Just don't do it. Like, it's it's not worth it. Like, we don't have to explore it. Yeah, but also we could though. And it's just like that for the, like, if you really wanted to, take the chance. It was my way of saying, someone touch the jar, please. Someone touch the jar, because I'm not going to touch the jar, and neither is he. And my friend being like, please don't touch the jar. Please don't touch the jar. But also, if you touch the jar, I kind of want to see what happens. Because we also voiced out, like, out of character, I don't want to touch the jar. Someone want to touch that jar? So you know, we already knew beforehand, because we were just listening to each other. We're literally just presenting information to each other, taking it in and working with it. It's like the most basic form of improv, to just be like, okay, it's in game cursed. Don't touch the jar. Out of game, it'd be kind of funny if someone did. So he took it in character to be the straight man, and noticed that I was being the uh what's it called? The foil. I forgot that's what. No. The foil would still be the straight man. I forgot the other guy. Instigator, I guess. And we started kind of going back and forth for just a little bit, just to get the other two interested. Like, we talked about it outside, but we also, like, out of character, but we didn't directly say that we wanted someone to switch to jar. We just knew that it would be interesting if someone could, right? Like, sometimes when you get good enough at the improv aspect in the game, sometimes you learn to read the silent messages that you're kind of passing on to each other. And at the same time, as a player and as the improv aspect of the game, you get better at presenting information to each other. Part of listening, like I said, isn't just about stepping back, it's stepping forward. How do you step forward? How do you take the information that the GM is presenting to you and build upon it? You don't have to find a new path. You just take the path that is here. Maybe you maybe you change the direction by 1 degree. If you follow their path as is, you'll get somewhere. And It won't be railroaded, but you will be sticking to the story that the GM might be going for. But if you want a little, even if it's just a little bit of spice, you just change it by 1 degree. Because even if it's slow, slow, even if it's close now, that 1 degree will part from the original, will deviate from the original path so far later on. But taking in what the GM is saying and understanding, taking like the, it's, if you can get really good at really quickly assessing what kind of story the GM is trying to present to you with, and learning how to respond in character and as as an improv part of a player, like a scene partner, this becomes just like a very valuable skill in pushing scenes forward. Like, you don't have to wait for the bouts of silence for someone else to do something new. You can learn to invite other people into that story. You learn how to invite people into your role play, into your scene. Learn to invite people into your world. Right? Play with each other. No, play together. Play with each other sounds kind of naughty. And in this way, sorry, I was looking at the thing. Easily distracted. In this way, the scene never really feels stale. The scene never stops moving. Because even if you're not getting anything done necessarily, your characters are talking to each other. You're showcasing your personality. You get to show off the little intricacies and the nuances of your character, how they show bits of the truth of their character. If they have something to hide, they have a chance to show that ever so slightly. It's not about telling each other directly, my character is having a secret, he's behaving with something wrong. No. If you lay down the foundations, even starting from session 0, about what habits your character has, what little traits your character has, which is funny because that character creation asks you to do so anyway. Most people forget it. I say many. When you get those little consistencies built up from the beginning, and your other player, like the you as a player and as a GM, and to each other, present those consistencies. The moment you present to each other something different, subconsciously rings a bell to each other, because you know what you set up for them. You know the little setup in like the setup in information that, you know, if you laid it out well enough, will have payoff in the future. The little emotional investments that's like, okay, my character behaves this way. They're going to do something that is out of character. You don't have to say it out loud. Again, I'm talking in circles right now. You don't have to say it out loud, but the moment it does, is going to seem completely weird to everyone else. And that they'll be like, I'm going to note that for later. And if you can do that for each other, the GM magically speaks a little bit less and less. Not that it's a bad thing, right? Because the GM is, if they're listening to the players and, actively taking note of what it is the players are trying to do, what the characters are trying to move forward and present to each other, they might have a chance to introduce a new problem, introduce something fun, find out what the players and their characters are interested in so that they can, you know, do something with it. I don't know. It's something that you just kind of got to go through by playing. But like a lot of the times, your GM is so busy trying to present something interesting and almost always having trouble doing so, because if there's no feedback, if the players don't know what they want to do, if there's a bout of silence, they think that their game is boring. And if you let your GM feel their story is boring, even though it's not, then sad to say, in essence, you also are kind of failing your GM. Right? If there are many times where your GM can fail you by railroading you, by doing things that make your that take away your agency as a character, to take away the illusion of choice for your character to feel like this world is real and that their actions matter, then you also take away from the GM their interest in the story by being too nice and letting the silence fall. It There's always a time for silence, but many of the times it's just not really needed. And that silence also in silence can also take different forms, right? Your characters don't have to talk. Maybe you're describing something. The scene moves forward, but if you say nothing in total as a player, the GM may think that, because I know I've had to go through this too. The GM may think that they failed to present an interesting scene. Maybe they failed to present an interesting hook. Maybe what they're doing is boring. It's the little pile of maybes that eventually cloud your GM's uh, ability to know what works for the campaign and what doesn't. And then you, in turn, that becomes feedback in and of itself, because there's no feedback and it's just negative feedback, even though it's otherwise positive and that the players are actually having fun. But to them, now they're trying to overcorrect. Now they're trying to do something more, and they think that they're doing something wrong, and they overstress themselves, and now you've got the makings of a failing game. The biggest part of improv, and yeah, not even the biggest part. Yeah, one of the biggest parts of improv, if not already, like I said, is listening. And part of listening is knowing. Again, I'll keep saying it. I would call it ping ponging, but it's feedback. How to give feedback, right? How does your character react, even if you're not directly saying anything? How does your character behave? What does your character actually choose to say? How do you present like your character behaving? Like, I am going to look at it, right? Like, I'm going to look at this thing, and it's going to be visible to the other players that his face seems like there is like he's trying to fight a grin that wants to form across his face. It's not clear. Maybe that grin is for greed. Maybe that grin is for something evil. Maybe that grin is just something funny. It doesn't matter. What matters is presenting that little bit might just be a chance for the other players to ask a question like, "What are you smiling about?" Or, "I'm sorry, they know something." Or even if they try to keep a poker face in character, I'm gonna like I'm just gonna look at his character. I don't know if they'll. Maybe someone else notices. You decide. You decide who notices. As another player, you can also decide who is most likely going to see what you're doing. Right? Like, it's just the little things to present information so that others can ask questions if they can, and paying attention to each other, doing so, seeing if the other players and the GM is trying to do the same back to you and the others, and if you can do that for them, right? Maybe it's your turn to give the feedback. So, it really is listening and being perceptive on it is picking up on the little habits. What does your character see that the other characters are doing? What does your character see that is happening in the world? What is your character touching, or what can they touch, if anything? Is it too dark? If it's too dark, what other senses does your character have? If you can't hear anything, what can you see? If you can't see or hear, what can you smell? Worst case scenario, you're tasting the ground just to find your way through. And if you can't sense anything, as another player, like if it's revealed to you as a character that you can't sense anything, biggest alarm bell. Are your other players taking note of it? Are they asking the question? If they can't see that, can we see it? Can we sense anything, or are we in the same situation? Maybe they find out that your character has just gotten frozen solid, and that's why they can't see anything. Maybe they're trapped in something else, and they can't do anything, right? And that's just at the top of my head. I ways on how to instead of trying to treat the game as if your character should know something, treat it as a player as a chance to ask these questions because you should be. Ask these questions, realize that you don't know. Your part of exploration is understanding that you don't know. Like you don't know how you don't know the layout of this cave. You don't know how deep this dungeon goes. You don't know what's inside this portal. So ask the questions as best as you can. Hope maybe getting an answer or some semblance. And if you get a minimal answer, see what question you can form from it and keep it going. I think the biggest question for tonight is, who am I going to raid next? Guys, it has been 4 hours and it is nearly 3 a.m. It is time for me to raid out. Oh man. Thank you guys for sticking around for so long. If you're still here, and if you I don't even know if goodness. I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know if my ramblings make sense. I never really do. But if you'd been here, either just lurking around, just going in, thank you for showing up regardless. Thank you for just. I hope you're having a good time. I hope your night has been going well. If I have put you to sleep, get wrecked. You're not my lurker. No, but let me see if I can find someone to raid because my brain is breaking. But again, thank you guys for sticking around. I did not know how to end that, but my voice is dying. It was fun. I think no. I'm waiting tonight. I was supposed to have Trinata on, so we're gonna wait until he's done moving, so that we can find the next available date for them to come into the tavern, right? And holy crap, 2 hours of the stream was me being like, okay. So here's a setup. I hope that everything just kind of tied in some way, even though it was way too long winded. Because I know I tend to have the habit of talking in circles, and I'm stalling right now so I can find something to rate. Ooh, neat. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing. All right, hey, you know what? In the spirit of adventure and the spirit of one of my favorite games, and continuing the chill night, I do see someone who is on. I'm going to check out just to see what goes on because I forget if. Okay, no, wait, never mind. Hold on. Sorry, buddy. Will have to be for next time. Instead, I'm going to raid us into snow before they try to raid into me. Eh, guys, again, if thank you again for showing up. If you'd like to join me in raiding out, you're more than welcome to. If you have to head out, you're more than welcome to. It's 3 a.m. I'm fucking done. Outside of that, I'll see you guys again. I will likely be back tomorrow, likely more Power World. If not, if I can, I may do a solo climb of the new map, the peak. We'll find out. Maybe I can bring some people. I don't know. Otherwise, good night. Good night, everybody. I hope you have a good time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Thank you for the rain.